other opportunities, so just keep that in mind. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, need your boats. All right, here we go. First pair in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 476 is Henry Rogers. Bring me a beer and watch this out of Cement, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Bronco Haulers, Mom, Dad, Steve, and Leslie Pruitt. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 185 is Sheila Still. They call that boat Skidalicious. Sponsored by Still Towing, Long Branch RV Park, and Ronnie's Garage. Sheila's dialed in at a 10.6. Henry Rogers dialed in at a 10.85. Personal Watercraft starting off round one qualifying here at the Southern Drag Boat Association Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. First race of our 2025 season. Here we go. Henry Rogers turned it red with a 72,000th of a second red light. Dialed in at 1085, ran at 1137 and 2. And that's good enough for the number 2 spot out of 2 boats, right? Sheila Still on the other side, 165 for reaction time. Dialed in at a 10.6 and ran a very nice 1065 and 1. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 117 is Megan Lempar. Calls the boat Megalodon. She's dialed in at a 12.7. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 552 is Alexi McKay. Alexi's dialed in at an 11.1, calls the boat Nuclear Fishin' My Way. Sponsored by Shoto Marine. Megan Lempar turned it red by over 7/10 of a second and then ran a too fast 12.66 and 8 on a 12.7 dial in. Alexi McKay also turned it red 27/100ths of a second and then ran an 11.38 and 3. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 222K is Lila C. Calls the boat See Ya Later. Dialed in at 13 and 6. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane is boat number 32. That is Tina Henley. Part of the Crazy Train Racing team. Calls the boat Wild One. Lila C, first one in the positives for a reaction time, 5:75, and ran a 13:71 and 6 on a 13.6 dial in. Tina Henley, 0.2 of a second for a reaction time, and on an 11-second dial in, ran a too fast, 10.87 and 6. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 12 is Bentley Childress doing the driving for Cody Childress. They call the boat Lugnut. Sponsored by Mom, Dad, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, and Baylor. Travis Tuttle, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, Fun and Sun Boat, and Tuttle Trucking. And Bentley's dialed in at $12.85. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 577 is Bella Genesek. Calls the boat Wackadoodle, dialed in at $13.2. Bentley Childress dialed in at 12.85, ran it too fast, 12.77 and 7, and turned it red by almost a little over a quarter of a second. Bella Genesek on the other side, 0.65 for a reaction time, and ran a 13.44 and 5 on a 13.2 dial in. Next pair for personal watercraft in the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 262. And that is Radley Miller driving for Matt Miller. They call that boat Not Quite Miller Time. Sponsored by Mom, Dad, and Hazel. Dialed in at 11.1. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 422 is Tegan Finnegan. She's driving for Josh and Kat Finnegan. They call that Ski What? Dialed in at a 13 flat, sponsored by Smoke on the Water, Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Outlaws on the Water, and special thanks to my parents for all that they do. Oh, look at that. Radley Miller dialed in at 11.1, runs at 11.117. Good enough to grab the number one qualifying spot and probably hang on to it for a minute. 17 hundredths of a second, or thousandths of a second rather, to play with there. Tegan Finnegan on the other side, too fast. Dialed in at a 13 flat, ran a 12.97 and 7. And turned it red by 113 at the start. Top Alcohol Hydro. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. Go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, Pro Outlaw should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Jet stand by. All right, now moving into the boats. I got a pair of stock eliminators, which is still a dial-in class. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 620 is Carrie Fry. They call that boat Blue Bayou. Sponsored by S&R Marine, Beardstown, Illinois, J.A. Smith Race Engines in Jasper, Texas. Dialed in at a 9 flat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 523 is Corin McGinnis. Calls that boat Pretty in Pink. Sponsored by her amazing husband, Rod. Corin's dialed in at a 10.1. Kerry Fry dialed in at a 9 flat, ran a 9:106, 9:10 with a 6 on a 4.74 reaction time. Corin McGinnis, 8:47 at the line, and then ran a 10:35 and 1, 10:35 with a 1 on a 10:1 dial in. We need Ron or somebody with a forklift or something to lift a jet ski that can go down to the out ramp, please. So if you're having trouble hearing wherever you are on the course, we're working with a new speaker system this year, which sounds very, very nice, but the coverage is a little bit limited on the course. So The response to that, or the answer to that, is we are broadcasting on the FM radio. You can pick up all of our broadcasting wherever you are on the course or in the pits or wherever you are. 87.9 FM will get you all of that. 87.9 FM. All right, we had to take a quick pause while we cleared up an issue at the out ramp, but we've got it squared away, so here we go. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 8008 is Matt Smith. Driving for Cole Henrik. They call the boat Nice Set. Sponsored by Tony Hendrick Race Engines, Carl and Matt Martinez, Christy, Logan and Kendra, and JNP Energy. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 222 is JT Mooney. Calls the boat Deuces Wild. Dialed in at a 925. Deuce, you're going to have to dance like that every time now. Sponsored by Jeanette Mooney. Matt Smith dialed in at a 10 flat. JT Mooney, 925. Here they come. Matt Smith dialed in at a 10 flat and ran a 10.28 and 4. Missed it by over a quarter of a second. JT Mooney on the other side turned it red by 3.64. And then on a 9.25 dial in, ran a 9.32 and 4. Here comes my next pair of stock eliminators in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 423K is Christy Morales. The Fighting Hooligan, the name of that boat. Dialed in at a 985, sponsored by Redford Electrical, Bob and Aunt Maria. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 061 is Frank Mummy out of San Antonio, Texas. Calls the boat Breakout Another 1,000. Sponsored by TOW Cocktails, Pat Diver, Matt Tardy, and Snyder Motorsports. Frank's dialed in at 956. Christy Morales, 384 for a reaction time, and on a 985 dial-in, ran a 10.17 and 9, 10.17 and 9 for a 79.9 mile an hour pass. Frank Mummy on the other side turned it red by almost 0.08 of a second, and on a 956 dial-in, he ran a 965 and 3. Next pair in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 353 is Thomas Ivan. Horsing Around, the name of that boat, dialed in at a 9 flat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, James Norman. They call that boat Go Jesse, boat number 729. Sponsored by Redline Oils, Lee Capital, Braveheart, Kane Corsko, Haas Props, Taylor Customs, Steve Dolan's Racing, Photo Magic, A1 Outboards, Mester's Construction, Grand Lake Bank, LLR Racing, and my lovely wife Amy helping out. Both drivers dialed in at a 9 flat. Top Alcohol Hydro should be at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro should be at the in-ramp. Pro Mod, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, you'll be up right after that. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. Thomas Ivan horsing around in the left lane. James Norman, Go Jesse in the right lane. Here we go. Thomas Ivan was 0.6 of a second too early at the light. But then had a really nice run at the other end. 9 flat was the dial-in. He ran a 9.04 and 6. And that'll bump him up to the number 1 spot. We'll see if he can hang on to it. Jesse Norman on the other side, a little slow coming off the line. 9/10 of a second for a reaction time. And then ran a 2 fast, 8.79 and 5 on a 9 flat dial-in. 9, by the way, is as fast as you can run in this class. So they will need to figure out a way to slow that boat down just a little bit. 0.2 of a second too fast. Next in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. They call the boat Harry Canary, dialed in at a 9 and 25. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 007X is Bailey Schmidt, dialed in at a 10 and 87. They call that boat Silver Bullet. Stephen Russell went red by 8 thousandths of a second, but he had a great run, dialed in at a 9.25, ran a 9.26 and 7, and that'll move him into the number 1 spot with about 13 thousandths of a second worth of room to play with if somebody wants to take that away from him. Bailey Schmidt on the other side, dialed in at a 10.87, ran a 10.95 and 6. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 016 is Bryce Veneri. Calls the boat Gunslinger, driving for Connor Massey out of Princeton, West Virginia. Sponsored by Connor Massey, Tony Veneri, Veneri Law Offices, East River Automotive, and the Food Dude Vending. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 0657 is Garrick Snyder. He's driving for Gavin Snyder in the boat they call 6 to Midnight. And he's dialed in at a 9 flat, 9.000. Last round of test and tune yesterday, Garrick Snyder ran a 9.04. Connor Massey, or Bryce Veneri on the other side, ran a 9.002. Both of them dialed in at a 9 flat, and both of them capable of coming real close. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, warmed up, stand by. Pro Comp Flat, be ready. Woo. Bryce Veneri on a 9 flat dial-in runs a 9.05 and 7. 9.05 with a 7. Garrick Snyder on the other side with an 0.14 reaction time. Ran a 2 fast, 8.97 and 8, and broke out by 21 thousandths of a second. Top alcohol hydros are splashing. Should see those guys coming around the corner here very soon to the holding rope. Pro Modified, I need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up and ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. While we're waiting on those top alcohol hydros, if you're joining us for the very first time, welcome. Where you been? We're glad to have you. We're going to have a great weekend of racing. Excuse me. We had a stand by. I'll be right back. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Please send an extra person with your tow vehicle to the out ramp for sure. We need some help down there loading these boats. Please send an extra person to help bring your boat up onto the trailer. Racers, please bring an extra person in the tow vehicle to help get your boat on the trailer at the out ramp. All right, back to you folks sitting here watching the race, because y'all are the most important ones here, 100%, and we're happy you're here. Got a lot of crowd sitting here on the shore, and we're happy to see y'all. If you're here for the very first time, welcome, number one, and number two, let me tell you a little bit about how this course works. If you look way down there to the right, you see one little lonely guy sitting out there under that little canopy. That is our starter. And that is all he's going to do all day today, is sit right there. I don't even know when he pees. Like, he just sits there all day long working hard. We can't run this thing without him. Once the boats are on the holding rope, he will check in with them, get their index or dial in, whichever is appropriate. He'll call that up to us here in the tower, and we'll plug that into the computer. And then once we're ready, he'll call for the lights. Once he does that, you see that barge that's sitting right out in the middle of the water there toward the right end, that is the clock. And we have a tree just like in any other drag boat or any other drag race. However, because the boats don't really do a standing start the way cars can do, because they move and drift and things go weird, we run it just a little bit differently. So when we start the clock, they will get a flashing yellow light up at the top, lets them know the course is live, it's time to go, get ready. And then that light will go solid for 5 seconds. And when it does, that's go time, right? Get the motor fired up, make sure everything's ready to go. And then they get a countdown that goes from 9 to 0 in half-second increments, one for each side. And on the dial-in classes, that is a staggered start, and I'll talk about that a little more in a bit. But that countdown goes from 9 to 0 in half-second increments. At the end of that, they get a green. So they need to know at what number during that countdown they need to let go of that holding rope and start mashing the go pedal to get even with the barge and through that trap with a green light, not too early, turn it red, and not too late, because a hole shot will get you beat almost every single time. Then they're going to run down the course. Right here in front of us, the tower, there's some yellow buoys. That is our half track. That's 660 feet right there. And that is the finish line for ProJet. We'll see those guys here in just a little bit, but otherwise it's just half track. And then the red buoys down here just to my left, that is the finish line. The object of the game, obviously, is to get off the line faster without turning it red and get through the red buoys first without breaking out of your class. In other words, if you're running on a 9-second dial in, if you get there at 8.999, it is too fast, and that will disqualify you in eliminations. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Way over there on the other side, you see that barge with the two black bars across the front of it? That is a scoreboard. So when you look over there, first you'll see the boat number, and then you'll see the reaction time. That'll flash up after they leave. And then at the very end, it will show you their ET and their mile per hour. And if we're in competition, that side will flash to show you who the winner was. So really, y'all don't need me. You have that scoreboard over there. I could just load up and go home, sit in the air conditioning, do my thing. But I love y'all too much, so I'm going to stay and enjoy the day with you. The other folks that I want to tell you, there's a lot of people that make this thing happen, but probably some of the most important people out here on this race course. You see that boat sitting out over there toward the blue buoys with the flag flying on it? That is one of our rescue boats. We have two of them. The other one is down here close to the finish line, and they stage like that intentionally so that they can be on either end of the course in a hurry, and the other one will come running. But we've got divers out there, we've got medical people out there, we've got firefighters out there, and they can pretty much handle anything and everything that might happen out here on the course. Our goal, obviously, is for them to sit right there and enjoy the races with a really great view. That is the goal. But if we need them and when we need them, by golly, those guys are amazing, and we are super happy to have them and very lucky to do it. Here comes the first of our top alcohol hydros. These are the fastest boats on the property this weekend. Some 4-second boats coming up right now. And if I'm right, I believe we have 6 of them on the property. Does that sound right to you, Tanya? I think that's right. I think we got 6 boats on the property. Top alcohol hydro. We have 105 boats on the property this weekend for the inaugural race of our 2025 season here at the Southern Drag Boat Association, the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. We are always excited to be here in Paris. Lake Crook has always been good to us. The people of Paris have always taken very, very, very good care of us, and we love coming up here. It's a long haul for most of us, but we really enjoy being here. So thank you, Paris, Texas, for making us welcome and allowing us to come out here and take over your water for a little while. We appreciate y'all very, very much. If you can't be here, not like you can hear me, but if you can't be here, we are live streaming the race. It's always better in person, but we are live streaming on YouTube. If you go on YouTube and search at official Sdba Racing on YouTube, you can get all of what's happening here right there in the comfort of your living room with a cold beer and some air conditioning. No, you cannot. You're not allowed to leave, sir. But it was a good try. No, I did not. Here comes another one of those top alcohol hydros. Give me just a moment, and Gary will tell me who's up there. Well, actually, he already did. Here we go. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 150 is Rick Allen out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. He calls that boat Total Chaos. Rick Allen and Total Chaos hold both the mile per hour record and the ET record currently for the SDBA here, with a 4:19.7 for the ET record and 211.1 miles an hour for the speed record. Sponsored by Paul Wright, Robert Curran, Cole Allen, Angie Allen, Dalen Duke, CCR Fiberglass, Strobel Race Cars, and Full Tilt Wraps. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane is boat number 881. That is Marty Logan out of Midlothian, Texas. Calls the boat Living the Dream. There is no index for top alcohol hydro. It is a first to finish class. So just a heads up drag race, first to finish wins. Starter called for those lights, so here goes that 30-second countdown. If you're going to get a video, take a cool picture, whatever the case may be. Watch those capsules. Once they close, that's a good time to hit that record button. Rick Allen, Total Chaos in the left lane. Marty Logan, Living the Dream in the right. Top alcohol hydro at the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. Here we go. Yeah, that's the way you get it done right there. Rick Allen runs a 4:24.7 for a 208.9 mile an hour pass, 128 for a reaction time. Marty Logan on the other side with an 095 light runs a 4:44.9, 194.7 mile an hour pass.
I'm Mike Griffith. They call me Pastor Mike. I'm the president and lead pastor of Trinity Racing Ministries out of Mounds, Oklahoma. I really thought at first, I was kind of naive, it'd be a deal, man, go show up, do a couple days at the races, go home, wait for the next one to come up. Found out real quick it wasn't about that. It wasn't that at all. It was not only being here at the races for when things happen to support them, the racers, the staffs, the spectators, whoever that may be, that's a big part of it. But it's being there for the birth of that child. It's being there for them when they have health issues. And in that, we have the distinct honor to see these families and members come to Christ and receive Christ. David told me when he called me and asked me if I would come join him in the Southern Drag Boat Association and be a part of it, partnering it with him and helping guide it and lead it and be the spiritual end of it. And I told him I was very interested in it, and I asked him, I said, what's your focus? What's your goal? And he said, I want to improve drag boat racing, but more than that, I want to share Jesus. And that's what we do. And I get to see that when people come forward and accept Christ as their Savior, when their lives are changed. I see the change in their lives. And we're in an area where I have water everywhere we go, so I don't have to fill up a baptism pool. I go to the water. And last year, in last year's season, we were very pleased and honored to baptize 15 people. And in ministry, that's watching lives change. That's watching things happen. It's, for me, it's going to a place like San Angelo, Texas, and having a guy that you've seen his heart being changed for years come to you and say, I want to accept Christ and I want to be baptized. And I said, let's do it right here. Let's do it today. And he said, I want to do it. And we went down to the in-ramp that afternoon when we were through racing, and we walked out in that water, and as we got ready to baptize him, I looked up and his brother was there. His brother said, I want to accept the Lord as my Savior, and I want to be baptized. Short story long, by the end of the day, just out of the crowd, there were 4 more people come forward to accept Christ and be baptized at a drag boat race in San Angelo, Texas, at an in-ramp. Lives being changed, lives being altered, doing what our life goal is with the Southern Drag Boat Association, sharing a little Jesus.
in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes light lane. Boat number 410 is Tyler Spear out of Woodstock, Georgia. They call that boat Georgia Outlaw. It's an Ellison naturally aspirated nitro Hemi. Sponsored by Vet Vodka, Timbercraft Whiskey, Pro Boat, NGK Spark Plugs, VP Racing Fuels, JCB West Pro, RB Props, XS Batteries, Jet Tools, Pitchford Oil, Dawn Wild Racecraft, and Red Horse Fittings. Tyler Spear and the Georgia Outlaw in the right lane. Andy Reynolds running with scissors on the left. And I think I said Spears, it's just Spear. All right. Looks like we got both boats up there. And another one getting towed out, so we got another pair coming. That should be all of them, I believe. I think we have 6 on the property. 105 boats on the property this weekend, y'all. That is the most boats we have ever brought to Paris, Texas. We are super excited to bring that to you. We're going to have some amazing competition this weekend. All right, here we go. Starter called for the lights. Andy Reynolds running with scissors in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Tyler Spear, Georgia Outlaw in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane. There's 15 seconds on the countdown. Watch those capsules. Once they close, it's on. Woo! Andy Reynolds with an 043 light runs a 438 and 3 for a 204.4 mile an hour pass. Tyler Spear in the Georgia Outlaw, 485 and 7 for 170 mile an hour pass. All right, next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane is Chris Bean. They call that boat Team Fisher, boat number 851 out of Temple, Texas. Chris Bean looking for a license into top alcohol hydro. Should be a full track pass. He did his half track. All right, here we go. Starter call for the lights. Chris Bean looking for a license into Top Alcohol Hydro. It should be a full track pass. Watching to make sure that he stays in control of the boat, keeps it in the line, in the lanes. Everything looks right. And the boat didn't go in gear. I need truck and trailer for boat number 851. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 851. Back to the in-ramp, please. Need truck and trailer for 851. Back to the in-ramp, please. We'll get him pulled off the line. If we have anybody in the pit area that would like to volunteer to help at the out ramp, we could really use some help down there. Anybody who wants to volunteer and help out at the out ramp, we really do need some help down there getting these boats out of the water. Also, drivers, racers, please send an extra person in your tow vehicle to help get your boat on the trailer. Otherwise, you may have to get out and get in the water and do it yourself. Send an extra person with your tow hoe so that we can get those boats on the trailer and get you guys back out. All right, here we go. We're switching to Pro Modified, running on a 5.6 second index. And we got two of the greats in the lanes right now. In the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 832. That is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat Aquaholic. Thanks to Roosters Repair, Arliss Auto Works, American Fiberglass, and special thanks to the crew. And a big thank you to Jesus for all the blessings in my life. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 459 is Henry Bainey. Driving a boat they call Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. Sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Rick Heidel, Gomez Landscaping, Schaefer Racing Oil, 5S Signs. Special thanks to the Naughty Crew and love you, Mama Alice. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Jet, stand by. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp. While we're waiting for those guys, let me tell you, down by the, when y'all came in, where registration is at, where you had to get your armbands and whatever, there's a group set up over on the opposite side of the road there. That's the Paris Police Officers Association, and they are selling raffle tickets this weekend for a Bad Boy zero-turn mower and a 12-foot trailer to haul it on. $20 per ticket, or you can get 6 tickets for $100. The Paris Police Officers Association is also selling t-shirts down there for $20 as well. So if you've been thinking, you know what, I kind of think I might need a zero-turn mower, now's your chance. You might be able to get it for 20 bucks. Or even $100 is pretty cheap. All right. Pro modified, 5.6 seconds is the index. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the left lane. Henry Bainey, don't blink in the right lane. There's 4 seconds left on the clock. Here we go. Henry Bainey, they rebuilt that entire program over this offseason. Did make a pass yesterday, but unfortunately, it did not work out the way they wanted to right now. So we'll need truck and trailer for boat number 459. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 459, back to the in-ramp. Jay Hudgens, 2:42 for a reaction time and ran a 6:68 and 8 on a 5.6 index, 134 mile an hour pass. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, you guys should be warming up. Make ready. Pro Jet, stand by. Here's my next pair for Pro Modified in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 187J is Kevin Hibden, all the way over from Peralta, New Mexico. Calls that boat Visual Noise. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed. He's driving for Travis Tuttle in a boat they call Wound Too Tight out of Arlington, Texas. All right, here we go. 12 seconds on the countdown. Kevin Hibden, Visual Noise in the left lane. Robin Reed, Wound Too Tight in the right lane. 5.6 seconds is on the index. Round 1 qualifying. Let's go. Kevin Hibden, with just under 0.4 of a second for a reaction time, runs a 6:78 and 4 for 136 mile an hour pass on a 5.6 index. Robin Reed, too fast on a 5.6 index, runs a 5:58 and 9 and breaks out by 100th of a second. 159.15 miles an hour. All right, next up, we got another top alcohol hydro. He was at the lanes, but got a little bit tied up trying to get through the traffic jam. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane is boat number 151. That is Ricky House. He's driving for Buzzy Bose in a boat they call Blad Moon Rising. Last year, Ricky House won the 2024 San Angelo Finals here at the Sdba and the NHRA Top Fuel Harley Champion as well. Ricky, when he's not driving a boat, drives a Top Fuel Harley at the NHRA. Sponsored by Superior Forklift Incorporated, American V-Twin Cycles and Service, Nitro Shark Racing, Bullet Cams and Cranks. Here we go, 4 seconds on the countdown. Ricky House, Bad Moon Rising. Blower belt went, woo! And without the blower belt, we're not going anywhere. So we're gonna need truck and trailer for boat number 151 back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for 151 back to the in-ramp, please. Tough luck for Ricky and the Buzzy Bose team. That is probably not what they wanted. In fact, I know it's not what they wanted, but it happens. What do you got there? Pro Comp Flat, I need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Jet. Green, ASAP Transportation, and Turner and Darla Lauder. And I got Robert Reed, standing right here next to me. Robert, did you hear me earlier when I said that Donovan Concessions back here has foot-long corn dogs?
I came up here to tell you, I didn't hear it because we were, going, but yes. Not only excitement mounting.
Excitement is mounting. Foot-long corn dogs. Get it. See Matt Miller down there checking stuff out. Brody Martin with an 0.29 reaction time. Runs it too fast, 5:56 and 3 on a 5.6 index, 148.7 mile an hour pass. Greg Lempar on the other side runs a 5.92 and 3. And that'll be good enough for the number 1 qualifying spot at the end of round 1. I saw Matt Miller down here checking things out a little bit. We'll see him here in a minute when Top Eliminator comes around. Addison Lee's over there. She'll be out there on the water shortly. Pro Comp Flat, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, we're ready for your boats. Pro Jet, need you warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminators, stand by. Hazel Miller, you need to come back down here to the tower with the key to the four-wheeler, please. Hazel Miller, you need to come back to the tower. Your dad needs the key to the four-wheeler. Whoops. All right, now we're going to move to Pro Outlaw. These guys running on a 5.2 second index. And in the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 105. That is Justin Schmidt doing the driving for Robert Lees. They call the boat Wildfire. Sponsored by Red Fox Bar and Grill, The Shed, Elite Tow, Mike and Kelly Kaiser, Joe and Amanda, JR Construction, Dave Schmidt Truck Services, and Sales Midwest. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. Calls the boat No Excuses. 5.2 seconds is the index. Starter said, let's do this thing. The lovely Miss Liz up here pushes the little magic button, and the course comes alive. 20 seconds on the countdown. Justin Schmidt, Wildfire in the left lane. Jeremy Schmidt, No Excuses, in the right lane. You see those chutes come out right as they cross the finish line. One of the fun things about racing boats is there's no brakes. It's awful fun until there's something in front of you. But either way, Justin Schmidt on a 5.2 index runs a 5.79 and 6, which put him in the number one spot, but it won't hold. Lots and lots of room to play with there. Jeremy Schmidt on the other side turned it red by 82 thousandths of a second. And then ran a 5.14 and 2 on a 5.2 index. Too fast by 57 thousandths of a second. There are 12 boats in this class, though. So lots of action still to come in Pro Outlaw. Your next pair looks like this in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 765 is Gus Ward. He calls that boat Whiskey out of Sonora, Texas. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 501 is Colby No Fire. He's driving for Jim Richards in a boat they call Indian Outlaw. All the way over from Decatur, Arkansas. All right, Gary Gray calls for the lights. 22 seconds on the countdown. Gus Ward in Whiskey in the left lane. Colby No Fire, Indian Outlaw in the right. Pro Outlaw on a 5-2 index. There we go. Gus Ward jumped a little early, turned it red by 1-1-2, but then ran a 5:35 and 0 on a 5-2 index. Colby No Fire on the other side with an 0.60 light, 0.06 of a second for a reaction time, runs a 5:21 and 4, and that'll park him in the number 1 spot right now. That's only 4 boats down. We've still got 8 more to go. In this first round. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 60 is Forrest Warren, driving out of Allworth, Georgia. They call that boat Latest Obsession, sponsored by Pro Boat, VP Fuels, Driven Clothing, Mike Wentz Builders, Blake's Craft Creations, and Toby's Custom Carts. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 157 is James Kemp. They call the boat Quick Chick. All right, here we go. Starter call for the lights. Forrest Warren, Latest Obsession in the left lane. James Kemp, Jimmy Kemp in the Quick Chick in the right. Something spun loose for Forrest Warren, and the boat shut down just before half track and sort of coasted the rest of the way down. Looks like he's okay. See him moving around in there. Capsule's open. Let a little cool air in, and we'll get a jet ski over there to hook him up and tow him back to the out ramp. Tough luck for them. That's not the run they wanted. Jimmy Kemp on the other side turned to red by 0.2 of a second and then ran a too fast 5:18 and 4. Hey, you need, I promise you, you need to go get your official 2025 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix event t-shirt. And they've got those for sale right here on the property, right behind the tower here. There's a big SDBA booth set up right there with a canopy. Lisa and KK back there have your event shirts, $25. You do not want to be the only kid in your neighborhood that doesn't have one. So make sure you go back there and get your shirt. I got another pair of Pro Outlaws in the lanes now in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 077 is Cody Childress. Out of Nemo, Texas, calls the boat Bad Influence. He's driving for Travis Tuttle. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 357 is Mike Sorensen. He calls that boat Plum Crazy. Mike Sorensen driving out of Burnett, Texas. Hillbilly Express, sponsored by Schutz Construction. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Jesse, Kyra, and Schutz Construction for all their help. And as I said, 5.2 is the index. What's up, Josh? See you for the first time this morning. How are you? You're looking sexy as ever, dude. I like your little portable seat there, too. That's all right. Pro Jet, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, we're ready for your boats to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator, stand by. All right, here we go. Starter call for the lights. Tyler Salzman, Hillbilly Express in the right lane. Cody Childress, Bad Influence in the left. There's 15 seconds on the countdown. 5.2 seconds on the index. Pro Outlaw action in Paris, Texas. Here we go. Tyler Salzman, that boat did a little dip right at the start. He managed to get it back under control and get down the lane, but a little slower than I think he wanted to. 5:59 and 1 for 161 mile an hour pass. Cody Childress turned it red by over 0.3 of a second, but then ran a very nice 5.25 and 4 on a 5.2 index, 170.13 mile an hour pass. All right, I only got one boat right now. I'm missing a couple. We'll see what happens. But in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 326 is Shelby Ebert. Calls the boat, Can't Touch This. One of our friends that came over from the KDBA to race with us here this weekend. There's a whole bunch of them. Tyler Salzman was another one. Tyler Spear, there's a bunch. Alice Addison Lees and her team. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know them all. I need to pay more attention over there is what I need to do. Make a trip to Wheatland, see how things go. But either way, Shelby came all the way over here to run this boat. Can't Touch This, the name of the boat. All right. Starter call for the lights, 20 seconds on the clock. Shelby Ebert, Can't Touch This in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Woo! 0.36 for a reaction time. And then ran a too fast, 5.16 and 1 on a 5.2 index and broke out by almost 0.04 of a second. And that'll park her in round one, obviously, in the middle of the pack, right at number 7 in qualifying. But there is all kinds of opportunities to change that. Hey, attention in the pits. Just a quick reminder for some of you folks that when you get called to the lanes, that's not your call to warm up. I will give you a warm-up call beforehand. Need to be warmed up and ready when you get to the lanes, in your gear, ready to go in the water. Pro Jet should be headed to the lanes right now. Quick Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Pro Eliminator, grab your gear, put the plug in the boat, stand by. My next pair of Pro Outlaws in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. And they have it in here as 6 to midnight, but I'm almost positive that's Top Gun. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 255, Cade Genesek. Calls the boat All or Nothing. Woo! There you go. Gavin Snyder, Top Gun 266 for a reaction time and a 5.26 and 2 will put him in the number 3 qualifying spot in round 1. Cade Genesek with a 0.3 light, so 0.03 of a second. Ran a tiny bit slower, 5. So we're now going to be shifting from the capsule boats to the open boats. And the first group you're going to see is Pro Comp Flat. And these, if you're not familiar, Pro Comp Flat, in my opinion, some of the most challenging boats to drive. They're super quick, running in the 6-second range, flat bottom boat. So there's a lot going on inside there. Here's my first pair, Pro Comp Flat in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 412 is Steven Stackhouse. Calls the boat Flat Attack, dialed in at a 6.7. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 949 is Cole Henrik. He calls his boat Flatline. He's also dialed in at a 6.7. Steven Stackhouse runs a 679 and 5 on a 6.7 index for 114.3 mile an hour pass on an 086 reaction time. Cole Henrik with an 071 reaction time, dialed in at a 6.7, ran a too fast 655 and 5. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover. Out of Granite Shoals, Texas, they call the boat Bad Company, and he's dialed in at a 6.3. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 434 is GW Golf, the Electro Freeze Express. Out of Catoosa, Oklahoma, he's dialed in at a 623. And thanks to the crew, Taryn Golf, Trevin Golf, Ruley Golf, thanks to Justin and Stephanie Chandler, Bruce and Bobby Wicker, Todd Harper, Todd Williams, and Dave Merchant for all the help. Here we go, Dylan Crownover, Bad Company. In the left lane, GW Golf Electro Freeze Express in the right lane. Pro Comp Flat on the line. Some of the most fun boats to watch out here, quite honestly, and so much going on. I'll talk more about that in just a minute. First, let's sit and enjoy the ride. That is not the run Dylan and his team were looking for. We're going to need truck and trailer for 099. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 099. Back to the in-ramp, please. GW Golf on the other side. Just over a tenth of a second for a reaction time. It ran a 6:35 and 1 on a 6:23 dial-in. So I was saying there's a lot going on these flat bottom boats. You see a lot of them have wings, trying to keep that tail end down in the water and not let it plane all the way up. One of the reasons they need to do that is those flat bottoms, there's really nothing to sort of keep them straight, and they got a ton of power. So you want to keep the butt of the boat in the water, but you also need to keep the nose down a little bit and let the boat plane out to where it's only drafting about an inch or two of water on the way down. And they've got a plate on the back of there that I can't remember the name of right now. I know it'll come to me. Maybe a trim plate, I don't know. But either way, what it does, they got a pedal that they're managing with their left foot that they can adjust that. So when they first take off, they want that thing way down so it keeps the nose of the boat from lifting too much and doing a big wheelie on the start. And then they want to ease off of that so that the boat can plane out. And then it really starts, you'll see it when they run. You'll see it. They get faster once they plane out. But if they're drafting too much, then they get slower because they're resistance from the water. So it's a lot going on. The driver's got a gas pedal on one side and that plate pedal on the other side, trying to make sure they keep that boat planed right where they want it, and still give it the fuel they need to give it to be able to get where they're going. And it's just a whole lot of fun to watch these boats run. But you can see some absolutely amazing wheelies when these folks run. Next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 252 is Tanya Tudelo. Calls the boat Wicked TNT. She's dialed in at a 7.1. Sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt Conley Marine, and big thanks to Dad for all the help. Look at that, 094 for a reaction time and a 7.13 and 2 on a 7.1 dial-in, and it's good enough for the number one qualifying spot in round one. But we still have 2 or 3 boats left to run. And 2 more rounds of qualifying to get through as well. Quick Eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp. If you're not there, you're dead late. Pro Eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go, and Top Eliminator should be standing by. All right, here we go. Next pair, Pro Comp Flats in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. Calls the boat No Mo Whiskey. Thank you to Tony and Chase for all the help and support. He's nailed it at a 6.1. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 500 is David Merchant out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. They call that boat Flat Wicked. Dialed in at a 6:55. Andy Comstock dialed in at a 6:1, ran a 6:08 and 4, just a hair fast, 134.8 mile an hour pass. David Merchant on the other side dialed in at a 6:55 and ran an amazing 6:56 and 1. And will move himself up to the number 1 spot in round 1. Both drivers turned it red. Okay, now we're moving to the Pro Jet. Some of the quickest boats out here. Maybe not the fastest, but man, watching these guys leave the lanes and head out is just absolutely amazing. They're also only going to run to the 660, so these yellow buoys right out here in front of the tower is the finish line for Pro Jet. There's no dial in and there's no index. It is just a heads up, first to finish drag race. And your first pair looks like this. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 427X is Mike King out of Coweta, Oklahoma. Calls the boat King's Side Piece. Sponsored by Clint McKinney, Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Turbine, DMB Docks, Kane Overhead Door, Triple H Transmissions, Harper Land and Cattle, Maisie Landing, The Other Kings, Fry Remodeling, Huffman Performance, Gaines Competition Engines, and Photo Magic. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 987 is Dawson Dickerson. Doing the driving for Jeremy Dickerson. They call the boat Can't Quit. currently holds the ET record for the SDBA with a 3:46 and 6. To the 660 we go, 20 seconds on the countdown. What'd I tell you? Man, they come off the line fast. Mike King, both drivers turned it red, by the way. Mike King crosses the line at a 3:7:08. 3:70 with an 8. 141 miles an hour to the 660. Dawson Dickerson on the other side with a 3:52 and 4. All right, moving into quick eliminator now. In the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 423. That is Kevin Swatlowski. They call the boat Spare Change out of Conroe, Texas. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. They call the boat Warpath. Sponsored by Outlaw Boat Racers, Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics. 6 seconds the index for quick eliminator. Here we go. Chad Cupid, 0.2 of a second for a reaction time and ran a very nice 6:1:04 on a 6-second index, 140 mile an hour pass. Kevin Swatlowski, a little slower coming off the line, almost over a half second for a reaction time, and then ran a 6:25 and 9. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 915. That's Jeremy Dickerson doing the driving in the Back in the Day machine out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Sponsored by Pumps by Chop, Eagle Motorsports, Float Fix, Huffman Performance, Lone Star Pump and Valve, and special thanks to Chop, Chris Russell, Amanda Brandon, and my awesome crew. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 437 is Jeremy Schmidt. Bad Influence, the name of that boat. 6 seconds, the index for quick eliminator. Clock is running. Yes, sir, good. All right, Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats. Top Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, stand by. And then we're coming right back around to personal watercraft. Be thinking about it. Jeremy Dickerson turns it red by 53 thousandths of a second and runs a 6:07 and 5. Jeremy Dickerson, boat shut down and he cut a hard U, so we'll get our rescue folks over there to check on him. Actually, I don't know, that might have been Jeremy Schmidt. No. Luckily, he stayed in the boat. But we'll still. He's waving. Looks like he's okay. Got the boat running. He's going to head back over to the out ramp and look for the Motrin when he gets back to the pit. Ran a 6:07 and 5, Jeremy Dickerson did. Jeremy Schmidt ran a 6:01 and 5. And that's good enough for the number 1 spot. We got 16 boats in this class, y'all. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 384 is going to be Ronnie Jennings out of Macon, Missouri. Calls the boat Hammer Time. Thanks to Don Merchant, GW Goff, George Goff, David Williams, Todd Williams, Bruce and Bobby Wicker, and Electro Freeze of Texas. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 629 is Dustin Hudgens. Calls the boat Blacktooth Grin. Thanks to my wife Tina for all that she does. Love you, mean it. Special thanks to my sponsor and crew chief Jay Hudgens and the crew at American Fiberglass Repair for the amazing work and all they do. Sponsored Josh Hudgens and crew at Arliss Auto Works for the top-notch paint work they laid out. Cody Childress and his crew at CCR for the amazing motor work, and Zach Hudgens for being my Toho. Without you guys, none of this is possible. So a huge thank you from Dustin. Starter call for the lights. Well, there was supposed to be 2 right there, and there was only 1. So we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 629. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 629. Back to the in-ramp. Ronnie Jennings was in the left lane in Hammer Time. He turned it red by over a quarter of a second, but then ran a 6:47 and 2 on a 6-second index. Tough luck for Dustin Hudgens. Hopefully they can get that figured out. Oh. Okay, never mind. They're going to let him try again. 629 trailer, hold tight where you are for just a minute. All right, we're going to have a pair first, and then we're going to let Dustin try again. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 717 is Sambo Smith. Calls that boat Sucker Punch. Sponsored by Crapshooter Motorsports, Sambo's Logging, Hilo Team Sport, GNC Machine, Russell's Body Shop, and special thanks to Chris and Candy, Ryan, Red, and special thanks to my gorgeous wife, Winoka, and all my family and friends. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 751 is Ed Anderson. Calls that boat Red Hot. Starter called for the lights. 25 seconds on the countdown, 6 seconds on the index. Both drivers on the wrong side of the red light. Sambo Smith, 0.005 of a second red, but then ran a 6:01 and 8. And it's good enough for the number 2 spot in round 1, 142.7 mile an hour pass. Ed Anderson on the other side ran a too fast, 5:92 and 1. All right, we're going to let Dustin Hudgens try again. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 104 is Chris Armstrong. Calls the boat Alcohol Dependent. Sponsored by Chris's Construction, the Kinsey family, Texas Trailer Works, Advantage Body Works, and special thanks to MTR Performance and his awesome crew. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 629, Dustin Hudgens, Blacktooth Grin. Yes, sir. Both drivers on the right side of the light this time. Chris Armstrong with a 6:09 and 2 for 140.6 mile per hour pass. And Dustin Hudgens with a 6:22 and 5. Here's our next pair for quick eliminator in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 060 is Tommy Powell. Doing the driving for Ray Males in a boat they call Blue Thunder. Special thanks to the Males family, Blues, Landing Zone, Dr. Feelgoods, and Henson Racing Engines. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 363K is Tyler Spear. He's driving for Ward Stafford in a boat they call Black Mamba out of Woodstock, Georgia. Special thanks to Tyler Spear for jumping in the driver's seat this weekend. You might recall Tyler also driving the Pro Outlaw this weekend, Georgia Outlaw, so jumping back and forth between the two boats. All right, here we go. Tommy Powell, Blue Thunder in the left lane. Tyler Spear, Black Mamba in the right lane. 5 seconds left on the clock. Quick eliminator. Tommy Powell going to get him on a hole shot with an 0.84 reaction time, and then ran a very nice 6.05 and 2. Tyler Spear, almost a full half second to get off the line, and then ran a too fast 5.92 and 2. Y'all don't forget. I know y'all are all here already. But if you can't be here tomorrow, or you want to watch the rest of the racing action this season, you can do that on YouTube. You just got to go to @official Sdba Racing in YouTube, and the live stream is up right now. Watching it. It's up right here next to me. So, you know, tomorrow, if you can't make it out here, maybe you're babysitting the grandkids. I mean, you ought to bring them to the race anyway. But for whatever reason, can't make it out tomorrow, we understand. But you can still watch the race from the comfort of your own home, sitting on the couch, in your man cave or your she shed, whatever's appropriate. Your favorite cold beverage in your hand. Here we go. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 505. Is Rick Martin, calls the boat in the red. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 392 is Jason Goddard out of San Angelo, Texas, calls that boat Texas Red. Couple of beautiful runs right there. Rick Martin with an 0.85 reaction time, runs a 6.02 and 9. And Jason Goddard with an 0.46 reaction time, runs a 6.04 and 2. Couple of 140 plus mile an hour passes. And this class is so tight. That's only good enough for the number 3 and number 4 qualifying spots. Jeremy Schmidt still in number 1, Sambo Smith number 2. But as I said before, there's 16 boats in this class, so anything can happen by the end of round 3. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 383 is Anthony Veneri. Calls the boat the Liquid Invader out of Princeton, West Virginia, sponsored by Engine Systems, Pro Boat, VP Racing Fuels, East River Performance, and the Veneri Law Firm. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls the boat Through the Fire. Sponsored by B1 Bank. Thanks to David Cooper, Kyle Henley, Scott Hamlin, and Jeremy Thornberry for all the help. Attention in the pits. Top Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft, stand by for round 2. Ken Jenkins on the right side of the green, but then ran a too fast 5.98 and 1 on a 6-second index and broke out by almost 0.02 of a second. Anthony Veneri on the other side turned it red at the start, but then ran a 6.701 on the right side of the index, but about 0.7 of a second too slow, and that'll drop him in the number 12 spot. Top Eliminator, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Personal watercraft, stand by for round 2. All right, next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, we're moving into Pro Eliminator now on a 6.5 index. Boat number 026 is Brayton Schmidt, calls the boat Bad Decisions. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors, Winners Electric, Justin Teach Construction, Propane Depot, Napa, Bandera Auto, Truck and Auto Supply, Swenson Knives, Phil's Automotive, Bent Plumbing, R. Jones Enterprises, Water Boys, Newman Water Services, Buddy's Waterwell, Always Transport LLC, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Bandera Land Improvement, Bassinger Family, Shotgun Sports Bar and Grill, and Texas Made Buildings. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 323 is Mark Creel. Calls that boat Patriot. 6.5 seconds is the index. And here we go. Yes, indeed. Brayton Schmidt on a 6.5 index runs it too fast, 6:42 and 1 for 138 mile an hour pass. Mark Creel too fast as well, ran a 6:47 and 7. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 243 is Bill Henderson. Calls the boat Joint Effort. Sponsored by Conklin Racing, Speed and Sport Marine, E. Anderson Racing, and Pro Boat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 357K. That is Daryl Busby. Choctaw Casino Pro Eliminator. Sponsored by Choctaw Casino Resort in Grant, Oklahoma. Calica Motorsports, stop by and meet us with Lady Luck at the Choctaw Casino and Resort. 6.5 seconds the index. Both drivers too fast. Bill Henderson runs a 6:1, 2, and 8 on a 6.5 index, and Daryl Busby runs a 6:43 and 7. Up next, I got Ty Bolwig, High Plains Drifter in the left lane, Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond in the right. Here we go. Bob Winder over a half second early at the light and then ran a too fast, 6:43 and 6 on a 6.5 index. Ty Bolwig just over a half second on the green side of the light and then ran a too fast, 6:36 and 1, but I think trying to chase Bob Winder's taillights, if you will, and just let that get away from him. So we're a little bit backed up at the out ramp, so we're going to take just a short break in the action to allow them to get caught up and get these boats off the water. When we get ready to go, our next pair will be in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 937. Dave Schmidt, Just Another Quickie, the name of that boat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 363 will be Randy McDonald. Off Duty, the name of that boat. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Ortiz Motorsports, Tim Ortiz, Bloomer Trailers, and All-Tex Welding Supply. So while I do have a quick break, though, let me just take a second to thank our sponsors, making it possible for us to be here at Lake Crook in beautiful Paris, Texas, for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix and the first race of our 2025 season here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. We want to thank Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Ozark Home Center, Paris Chevrolet, Zulu Internet, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, House of Color Motorsports, Equipment Share, Skeeter Performance Fishing Boats, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Iconic Apparel, Trinity Racing Ministries, Pro Boat, 51 Deuce, Drag Boat Review, Seneco Race Fuels, Lido Properties, Media Jaw, Nitro Nuts, Top Fuel Hydro, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Diesel Signs and Displays, RESP, Yamaha Outboard, Snyder Motorsports, and Tuttle Trucking, all helping to sponsor us here for the 2025 season and the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. We're excited to have them. It sounds like our backup at the out ramp is cleared. So we're going to take ourselves right back to the lanes. Dave Schmidt, just another quickie in the left lane. Randy McDonald off duty in the right lane. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 seconds is the index. Dave Schmidt, oh my goodness, 4 seconds too early at the light. And then ready, 10:73 and 9. I am guessing started in gear is probably what happened. And then just made his way down the line. I wasn't actually watching when they left, but I'm assuming that's probably what happened for him to leave that early. Randy McDonald on the other side. 1:57 for reaction time and ran a 6:76.6. Modified Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, we're ready for your boats. Personal watercraft, be warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, stand by. All right, here we go. Top Eliminator now on a 7-second index in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 239 is Peyton Ewell. Calls the boat, you will be sorry. Driving for Robert Lee. Special thanks to the Shed, Elite Tow, Mike and Kelly Kaiser, Joe and Amanda. Happy 40th birthday to my dad this weekend. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 322 is Jake Ballard. Calls the boat Perfect Storm, sponsored by Elrod Racing. Ballard Performance, my wife Kimberly, boys Maddox and Beckett. Here we go. Peyton Ewell with a 4:03 for a reaction time, runs a 7:17 and 3 on a 7-second index, 108 mile an hour pass. Jake Ballard turned it red by 137. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 022 is Grant Snyder. Calls that boat Big Iron. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 719, Joe McIntyre doing the driving for Scooby Burkett. They call that boat Ripple Effect out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Pumps by Chop, Texarkana and Broken Bow Glass Company, Outlaw Boat Racers, Trinity Racing Ministries, Ortiz Motorsports, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Ties Welding. Grant Snyder, with a 4:35 reaction time, ran an 8:07 and 4, much slower than what they wanted. Joe Mack on the other side, 0.3 of a second for his reaction time, ran a 7:03 and 7. We got a white Corvette, Texas plate CNDLOU, that is blocking the driveway down in spectator parking, and we really need that to be moved, please, or we might have to move it. White Corvette CNDLOU Texas plate. We need that vehicle moved, please. Modified Eliminator, I need your boats at the end ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats. Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the end ramp. Personal Watercraft, need you warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Here's my next pair. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 1776 is Dalton Jones doing the driving for Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas. They call the boat Insurrection. Sponsored by FloatFix.com, Lone Star Pump and Valve, Flaming Overhead Doors, J&J Transportation, Pumps by Chop, his wife Haley for all you do, and the sons Jameson, Hudson, and Anderson. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 405 is Matt Miller. It's Miller time out of El Reno, Oklahoma, sponsored by Irvin Caps. Sponsored by Smoke on the Water, Huffman Performance, Miller Excavation, Easy Street Holdings, and special thanks to Allie, Radley, and Hazel for supporting all the summer fun. Both drivers out too early. Matt Miller going to run a 7:04 and 3 on a 7-second index.
Hey, my name's Tim Ortiz. I am from Athens, Texas, a little town in East Texas. Ended up moving down here in 2000 for a job with Halliburton Energy Services. Been with those guys for about, I think, 24 years right now. So I've been in Houston ever since 2000. I started racing in probably about 2001. I started on motorcycles, did the drag thing. Then I ended up meeting a couple guys that had some drag cars, started the drag car scene. In 2004, I met Steve Welch, and he was looking for a driver and asked if I wanted to get boat racing a shot. So I'm like, yeah, I'll do anything once. So ended up the first full year in TE, we won High Points runner-up with the Sdba. And then in 2006, 2007, 2008, we won back-to-back championships. After that, we met my father-in-law, which my father-in-law now wasn't at the time, Pat Kinsey, and he sponsored helping putting a pro mod boat together. Currently, we have a pro outlaw boat called Empty Pockets, which my father-in-law owns, and we campaign 2 boats currently, his boat, and I drive my boat, a flat bottom, in the Procon flat class. But we gave up the cars when we had our kid in 2014. We could only do one of them. So by far it was an easy choice to run with the SDBA. I've run multiple associations, all the other guys, and we're definitely at home and family with the SDBA here. So, man, I've got a lot of memorable moments with the SDBA. If I had to pick just one, I think it would probably be me winning my first championship in my own boat that I own solely, which was in ProJet in 2021. We had approached David for a couple of years to try to do this ProJet class, which was an outlaw class. He was hesitant to do it because, I mean, the jet boats going fast. They have inherent problems of their own, but technology had evolved, and we did a lot of talking with David, and he gave us a shot. So I think 2019 or 2020 was the first year for the ProJet class. I didn't run it full time because we were running the other boat, but I think right now that's one of the most exciting, although there's not many boats in the class, it's one of the most exciting classes to watch because those boats are quick and fast. There's so many moving parts in this to make this happen, and I don't think people understand what it takes to put these races on and the time that David and his team spends to make these races happen at all these different venues. There's not many people that go different places. The SDBA goes to multiple different places. So I can't thank, the SDBA team enough for giving us a place to play. As far as my sponsors, my father-in-law, of course, is much more than a sponsor to me. He allows me to drive his boat, and he helps not only me, but multiple other people out. And, if not for him, I don't think I wouldn't be out here racing my own boat for sure. And, there's a couple other people I know too. So Pat and Rhonda Kinsey, I love them both and can't thank them enough. Maxima Racing Oil, those guys have been with me since the start when I started owning my jet boat. Troy Green, everybody at the Maxima, they treat me like family. They treat me good. They make, some of the best products on the planet. I can't thank those guys enough. Nitrous Outlet was with me when I was running ProJet. They're still with me today. Nitrous Outlet, Flow Supply, all of Dave Vassar's, the companies, they still support me, and I can't thank those guys enough either. If not for all the people involved in not only my program, but with the SDBA, I wouldn't have a place to play. So I can't thank those guys enough.
All right. I got another pair of boats now. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 1111 is Greg Lempart. No, it is not. That is Steve Walls. Don't know what happened there. Happy Hour, the name of the boat. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, Arlen Wohl, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Bruce and Marcella Hodges, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and special thanks to my girlfriend Michelle, Bruce, and Marcella for sticking with me. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. He's driving for Al Kirshner in a boat they call Plum Crazy. Thanks to Doty for allowing me and following me on this journey. Thanks to MTR Motorsports for the engine work. Modified eliminators now. 8 seconds is the index. Steve Walls runs a too fast 791 and 8 on an 8-second index. Rodney Blackstock too fast as well. Ran a 796 and 8. Got 11 boats in this class. All right, Personal Watercraft, I'm ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, stand by. Personal Watercraft, need your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. If y'all are trying to decide, you know what, it's Saturday afternoon, I don't know what I want to do this afternoon after the racing is over. Y'all go check out the Red Dirt Tavern, previously Tyler's Pizzeria, right out here, just outside once you get off the road here on the main highway. They're having some specials this weekend. 2 large, 2-topping pizzas and free sodas for $20. Right? That's a real good deal. They got his and her shot specials. They got a pink Starburst for $4 and a Jameson Picklebuck. I'm not sure which one it was. Either way, $5 for that one. And free pool tables and entertainment. Can't beat it. Let's go. Red Dirt Tavern. Kid friendly until 9 p.m. After that, it'll be adults only. My next pair of modified eliminators in the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 794. That's going to be Lane McDonald doing the driving for Randy McDonald. They call the boat High Voltage. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. and Outlaw. Here we go. Both drivers too fast. Lane McDonald runs a 799 and 4 on the 8-second index, and Jesse James Jr. turned it red 53 thousandths of a second and then ran a too fast 794 and 5. You know, it is coming around close to being lunchtime. Don't forget, we got lots of options back there. Donovan Concessions is set up. They've got that white trailer back there. They've got hamburgers, foot-long corn dogs. I recommend you get those quickly, though, because if Robert gets there before you, there might not be any left. They got sweet tea. They got unsweet tea. They got sodas and water. Go by and see them. And then right back here behind us is Taco-licious. They've got brisket tacos. I'm not sure what else is on the menu. I haven't been back there to take a look yet, but they've got plenty of stuff. They got a big menu board out front. And then way down at the other end of the pit is Big Show's wood-fired pizza. And then right in the middle, tucked in, is a shave ice trailer. So if you need yourself a snow cone, go get it. It's hot. It's going to get hotter. Hopefully the clouds will hold, and we'll be in good shape. In the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 149. That is Jackson Schultz. Calls the boat Just As Crazy. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 412K, Addison Lee's Another Crazy Dream, the name of that boat. Both drivers too fast again. Jackson Schultz came off the line 94 thousandths of a second red and then ran a 7:82.1 on an 8-second index. And Addison Lee's on the right side of green, but came down 7:86.8 at the big end. And now in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 237. That is Jenna Schmidt. They call the boat Flat Bitchin'. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, Brandon Lempar calls that boat Easy Money. Boat number 116, sponsored by MJ Construction and the Cocky Rooster Bar. One of the few boats out here powered by Ford. All right, Stock Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Mod, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, stand by. Everybody in this class running fast, which is really interesting. Jenna Schmidt, 274 for reaction time, ran a too fast, 7:99.4 on that 8-second index, 5 thousandths of a second too fast. Brandon Lempar had some troubles, 2.1 seconds to get off the line and then 11.4 to get across to the other end. So hopefully they get that squared away here shortly. Here's my next pair for Modified Eliminator. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 927K. That is Steve Dolans. They call that boat, whoa, Jesse, out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Redline Oil, Lee Capital, Braveheart, Kane Corso, Haas Props, Larry's Barbershop, Steve Dolans Racing, A1 Outboards, Masters Construction, Bank of Grand Lake, and LLC Racing. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 492 is Mark Kohensky. Calls the boat Wild Streak out of St. Charles, Missouri. Sponsored by Emily and Mark Kaminsky, Mark and Paula Kaminsky. Laura? You already told her? Yeah, that boat's wrong. And then I think checkered past is still wrong. Oh no, it's showing up now as Bruno Canal, so maybe we're good. And again on the wrong side of the numbers. Steve Dolans runs a 7:88 and 9, and Mark Cohency ran a 7:89 and 1, both on an 8-second index. And that is going to bring us back around to personal watercraft for round 2 qualifying. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. Not quite Miller time out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Thanks to Mom, Dad, and Hazel for all the help. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 422 is Tegan Finnegan. Calls the boat, what? Smoke on the Water, Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Outlaws on the Water, all helping out. Special thanks to my parents for all they do. Radley Miller dialed in at 11:27. Tegan Finnegan dialed in at a 13:08. She ran a 12:97 on the last pass. Here's my next pair. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 12 is Bentley Childress. Calls the boat Lugnut. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, and Baylor. Travis Tuttle, CCR, Fiberglass and Marine, Fun and Sun Boat, and Tuttle Trucking. Dialed in at a 12.8. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 32 is Tina Henley. Calls the boat Wild One. Thanks to Crazy Train Racing for their support, especially to my husband, Kyle Henley. Shout out to the fans. Keeps racing strong. Tina's dialed in at a 1077. So Bentley Childress, 2.7 seconds to get the start, but then ran a 12:84 and 8 on a 12:8 dial-in. Tina Henley on the other side with a 1/10,000th of a second red light. Almost nailed a perfect light at the tree, and then ran a 10:94 and 2 on a 10:77 dial-in. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 577 is Bella Genesek. Calls the boat Wackadoodle, dialed in at a 13 and 5. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 552 is Alexi McKay. Sponsored by Shoto Marine. They call that boat Nuclear Fishing My Way. She's dialed in at 11:35. Bella Genesek turns it red by just over a tenth of a second and then runs a 13:55 and 2 on a 13:5. Alexi McKay almost 8/10 of a second for a reaction time and then ran 11:44 and 8. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats. Pro Outlaw, we need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Pro Modified, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up and ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 476, that's Henry Rogers. Bring me a beer and watch this, the name of that boat, out of Cement, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Bronco Haulers, Mom, Dad, Steve, and Leslie Pruitt. Dialed in at 11:55. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 222K is Lila C. They call that boat See You Later. Dialed in at 13:65. You're making me tired running back and forth, Zeus. Lila's dialed in at 13:65. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. We got a white Corvette with Texas plates. Cindy Lou, I believe. We're going to need that Corvette moved, please. We really don't want to tow it, but it is blocking the driveway in the spectator parking. And we really need to move that Corvette. So please go down there and move that thing so we don't have to move it later. Henry Rogers dialed in at 11:55, ran a 12:22 and 6. And that'll put him in the number 9 spot at the end of round 2. Lila C dialed in at a 13:65, ran a 13:807. And that'll park her as number 7. And I think I just have this one more pair. Oh, maybe one more after that. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 117 is Megan Lempar. Calls the boat Megalodon. Dialed in at a 12:63. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 185 is Sheila Still. They call the boat Ski Delicious. Sponsored by Still Towing, Long Branch RV Park, and Ronnie's Garage. She's dialed in at a 10:65. Ran a 10:65 and 1 on the last pass. If it holds, might be the new number 1 qualifier. Let's see what happens. Too fast. She dialed it in at 10:65, ran a 10:63 and 1 on a 1.47 second red light. Sheila Still. Megan Lempar, 3.7 seconds at the light, and then ran a 12:96 and 1 on a 12:63. So Megan Lempar will stay in the number 9 spot, and Sheila Still will hold on to the number 4 spot at the end of 2 rounds of qualifying. All right, so that Corvette belongs to Donald Paul Rager. Donald Paul Rager, if you are here and you can hear me, we really need you to go move that car. We do not want to tow it, but in about 15 minutes we're gonna. It is blocking the driveway in the spectator parking area, and we need it moved. A white Corvette. All right. Right now in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, I got boat number 937. That is David Schmidt. Pro Eliminator on a 6.5 index. There was apparently a timing error on his last run. Just another quickie. So we're going to give him a rerun. Too fast on a 6.5 index, runs a 6.409 and breaks out by 0.09 of a second. All right, I got a pair of stock eliminators now in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 729 is James Norman. Go Jesse. The name of that boat, dialed in at a 9 flat. Sponsored by Redline Oils, Lee Capital, Braveheart, Kane Corso, Haas Props, Taylor Customs, Steve Dolan's Racing, Photo Magic, A1 Outboards, Mesters Construction, and Grand Lake Bank. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 007X, Bailey Schmidt, Silver Bullet, dialed in at a 1095. Woo! James Norman moves himself up 11 spots into the number 1 qualifying spot with that run. Even though he had almost a 2-second red light, dialed in at a 9 flat, ran a 9:01 and 1, and moves up 11 spots from the number 12 bottom spot all the way up to number 1 in round 2. And only 11 thousandths of a second to play with there if somebody wants to take that away from him. So we'll see how it looks in round 3. Bailey Schmidt on the other side, dialed in at a 1095, ran an 11:009. And it didn't help her at all. She'll stay in the number 5 spot in round 2. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 222. That is JT Mooney, Deuces Wild. Dialed in at a 9.3. Sponsored by Jeanette Mooney. The crew chief is Brian Mooney, and the team is Tony Henrik and Kevin Fleisch. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 061 is Frank Mummy out of San Antonio, Texas. Calls that boat break out another 1,000. Dialed in at a 957, sponsored by TOW Cocktails, Pat Diver, Mike Tardy, and Snyder Motorsports. So racers, check this out. I just figured out something I was not aware of. If you guys want to go to the official Sdba Racing YouTube channel, you can DVR the live stream and go back and actually see your run. If you wanted to go back and look at it and see, like, where did something go wrong, what happened, or what went really good, you got immediate access to see your run and see what happened. JT Mooney will move himself up one spot into the number 5 with that run. Dialed in at a 9.3, ran a 9.35 and 6. Frank Mummy on the other side with an 0.36 reaction time. Ran a 9.59 and 7 on a 9.57 and moves up 4 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot in round 2. Here's another pair of stock eliminators in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 0657. That's Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat After Hours, dialed in at a 9 flat. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 8008 is Matt Smith, driving for Cole Henrik. They call that boat Nice Set, dialed in at a 10 flat. Thanks to Tony Henrik Race Engines, Carl and Matt Martinez, Christy, Logan and Kendra, and J&P Energy. Both drivers too fast. Garrick Snyder with an 0.53 light runs an 8.97 and 8 on a 9-second index. Matt Smith on the other side, I don't know what happened down there, but 5 seconds to get off the line and then ran a 9.301 on a 10-second dial in. It was too fast by almost 0.7 of a second. All right, couple more. Ugh. It is way too early in the weekend for me to get tongue-tied already. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 523 is Corin McGinnis. Pretty in Pink, dialed in at a 10.2. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 353, Thomas Ivan horsing around Dialed in at a 9 flat. Corin McGinnis, I don't know what happened there. Came out early, almost 0.8 of a second red, and then shut down before half track, was able to get it started again. Tough luck for them. That is not the run they were looking for. Thomas Ivan on the other side, 0.86 for a reaction time and a too fast, 8.82 and 5. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 620 is Carrie Fry. They call the boat Blue Bayou, sponsored by SNR Marine, Beardstown, Illinois, J.A. Smith Race Engines in Jasper, Texas. Dialed in at a 9 flat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary. Dialed in at a 9 and 29. Hey, y'all, check your trailers. If you're missing a trailer buddy, bearing buddy, off of your trailer, I might know where it is. Come see me. Somebody's missing it. We found it out there on the road. Carrie Fry, almost 3 seconds to get off the line and then ran it too fast, 8.91 and 8. Stephen Russell just had the run that he was looking for right there, I promise you, with a 0.43 reaction time. Dialed in at a 9.29 and ran a 9.29.00. Wow. Got himself the number 1 qualifying spot, and I don't think there's any way anybody could take that. I mean, our timing system does go out a few more numbers, but it would have to be a really good run. So we'll see. Anything can happen in drag boat racing. But right now, Stephen Russell very strongly entrenched into the number 1 qualifying spot. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 590K is William Wilson. Calls the boat the Sparkle Turd. Dialed in at a 9.7. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 423K is Christy Morales. Calls the boat the Fighting Hooligan. Sponsored by Redford Electrical, Bob and Aunt Maria. Dialed in at a 9 and 95. So give me just a second in between runs here real quick. We got a Boy Scout troop that's been out here helping police trash. They've been helping work the ramps and whatnot. And I've got their troop leader right here. He wants to talk just a little bit. So I'm going to turn this thing over to him. Thank you, guys. We appreciate y'all very much coming out here.
Yeah, we appreciate the opportunity that you guys give us to come and help. This is a great opportunity for us, the Troop 2 from Paris, Texas, to come and help the community, pick up trash, and do community projects, get our name out there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We appreciate y'all coming out. Okay, say that again. All right, here we go. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, William Wilson ran a 10-17 and 3, 10-1-7 and 3 on a 9-7 dial-in. Christy Marolis dialed in at a 9.95, ran a 10-1-6 and 8. All right, here we go. I believe going to be the last of my stock eliminators in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane. Boat number 016 is Bryce Veneri. They call the boat Gunslinger out of Princeton, West Virginia. Sponsored by Connor Messi, Tony Veneri, Veneri Law Offices, East River Automotive, and the Food Dude Vending. And he's dialed in at a 9 flat. Bryce Veneri dialed in at a 9 flat, ran a 9.06 and 8, and that'll keep him right in the middle of the pack in the number 6 qualifying spot. Top Alcohol Hydro. Go ahead and warm up those boats, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. Let's get them warmed up. Top Alcohol Hydro. Warm them up for round 2. This is going to be a license pass right here. Looking to go into Pro Eliminator. Nick Dixon calls the boat Big Nick Energy, boat number 0321. This should be a half-track pass just to the yellow buoys right here. Just want to make sure he keeps control of the boat on the hit and can get it headed straight down the course. Those are the things we're looking for right now. So Nick Dixon obviously got a little squirrely and backed out, or I don't know if it shut down. It sounded like maybe it shut down, but either way, started drifting to the right. Everybody up here was holding their breath, thinking we were about to lose some sensors, and somehow he managed to thread the needle. I have zero control over that, but I really feel like he should get some extra points for that. We'll see what happens. But anyway, Nick Dixon has to come back and do another half-track pass, unfortunately. Tough luck for them. Not what they were looking for, but did a great job threading the needle through there. Hey, don't forget while you're out wandering around, down there at the beginning of the pit area where y'all came in today, the Paris Police Officers Association is selling raffle tickets. They're raffling off a Bad Boy zero-turn mower and a 12-foot trailer to pull it on. $20 a ticket and six tickets for $100. So if you've been thinking, you know, it's time for a new mower, might be your shot. You could get one for $100. Just got to win. And I promise you, you can't win if you don't buy a ticket. They also have Paris Police Officer Association t-shirts down there for $20 as well. Speaking of shirts, don't forget to go back here and see Lisa and KK. They have got your official 2025 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix SDBA event shirts right here behind the tower under the SDBA canopy. $25, get your shirt. You do not want to be the only kid in your neighborhood that didn't get one. Your friends will tease you. You'll be embarrassed, don't want to come out of the house. You really need to go get your shirt so you don't get caught. Go see Lisa and KK. They will hook you up. Also, if you're thinking about food, we got lots of food options back here. We got Taco-licious with brisket tacos and some other stuff on their menu. I'm not sure what all they have. I need to go back there and look at the menu is what I need to do, but I keep getting busy. Donovan Connections, they're in the white trailer over, Convections rather. They're in a white trailer over here. They've got hamburgers, foot-long corn dogs. I had me one of those a little while ago. That was mighty tasty. They got sweet tea, unsweet tea, sodas, and water. It is hot and a little bit muggy out here today. There is a little breeze, which is helpful, but just as a general PSA to everybody, please remember to stay hydrated. Especially the folks that are in the pits working the boats. Those are the ones that forget that they need to drink something and go down. So y'all please take care of each other. Make sure you're staying hydrated. And then down on the other end, well, I'm going to mess this up, but I know we've got Big Show's wood-fired pizza down there. And then there's another booth right there. I know there's a snow cone trailer right there, but I don't know who else. So I'm going to have to go take a look here in a minute. Honestly, I'll just have to do that. All right, I got a pair of Pro Mods in the lanes right now, getting back to the capsules. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro, we need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, need your boats. I got a pair of Pro Mods in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 459 is Henry Vaney. Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 832. That is Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic. Here they come. All right, so I think I figured out what happened. I think I know what happened. Is Henry Bainey, I believe, left way, way, way early before the tree even was going. And then Jay Hudgens actually left on time. He had a 1.7 reaction time. And then ran a 5:39 and 8 on a 5.6 index. I got Robin Reed wound too tight in the left lane. Kevin Hibden, visual noise in the right lane. Capsules are down. Here we go. Kevin Hibden, looked like the boat did a little bit of a left-right dip there right at they left, but check this out. Robin Reed on a 5.6 runs a 5.69 and 9 and moves up a spot into the number 1 qualifying spot. Kevin Hibden 3.97 for reaction time, runs a 6.24 and 1 on a 5.6 index. And because the rest of them were too fast last round, that'll put Kevin in the number 3 qualifying spot for now, but I'm not expecting that to hold. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 115 is Greg Lempar. Calls the boat Anger Management out of Comfort, Texas. Sponsored by Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeffro's Custom Silk Screen, ASAP Transportation, and Turner and Darla Lauder. All right, here comes Greg Lempar. Anger Management. Watch that capsule. Snap the lid shut. Mash the gas. Here we go. And on a 104 reaction time, he runs a little bit slow, 6.14 and 5. And he'll hang on to his number 2 qualifying spot. Only 6 boats in this field. And now in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 420S is Brody Martin. They call the boat the Reaper. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors: Winners Electric, Justin Teach Construction, Propane Depot, Napa Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Swenson Knives, Phil's Automotive, Bent Plumbing, R. Jones Enterprises, Water Boys, Newman Water Services, Buddy's Waterwell, Always Transport LLC, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Bandera Land Management, Bassinger Family, Shotgun Sports Bar and Grill, Texas Made Buildings, Photo Magic, and thanks to all the crew, family, and friends for all the help and support. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you also to the SDBA, Trinity Ministries, and RESP for their support. Brody Martin currently the number 4 qualifier. With a too fast 5.56 and 3 on his last pass. Looking to slow that down just a hair. Here comes Brody Martin. 10 seconds left on the countdown. He's in that left lane, calls the boat the Reaper. Runs a 5.79 and 2 on a 5.6 index. It'll move him up 2 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot, right behind Robin Reed. Hey, I was talking about food and vendors and whatnot. Roz's Eats is set up down there right at the very far end of vendor row. And she's got chicken bacon ranch wraps, cheeseburger wraps, fajita wraps. Has a nutty bird, hot dogs. They got fresh iced tea, iced coffee, canned sodas and water, all that stuff at Roz's. Go check her out. Top Alcohol Hydro. Get them warmed up and be ready. I'll be calling y'all shortly. All right, here we go. License pass for Top Alcohol Hydro, Chris Bean. They call the boat Team Fisher. Should be a full track pass. So Chris Bean gonna probably have to do that again. His chute deployed before he even got to half track and slowed him down a fair amount. All right. Here we go, moving into Pro Outlaw on a 5.2 second index. And first up, in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 326 is Shelby Ebert. Can't touch this, the name of the boat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 103 is Justin Schmidt doing the driving for Robert Lees. They call that boat Wildfire. Sponsored by Red Fox Bar and Grill, The Shed, Elite Tow, Mike and Kelly Kaiser, Joe and Amanda, JR Construction, Dave Schmidt Truck Services, and Sales Midwest. 5.2 seconds is the index. Y'all don't forget to come by and see Lisa and KK. Lisa and KK, they've got your official event shirts back here. You don't want to go home and be the last kid in your neighborhood to get one, so make sure you grab those now. All right, here we go. Shelby Ebert can't touch this in the left lane. Justin Schmidt, Wildfire in the right. 10 seconds on the countdown. Justin Schmidt got a little squirrely about half track and looks like he pulled the chutes early. Ran a 5.401 on a 5.2 index with an 0.74 reaction time. Shelby Ebert on the other side with an 0.64 reaction time and ran a 9.44 and 9. And neither one of them will move. Here's my next pair for Pro Outlaws. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 947. That's going to be Jeremy Schmidt. Calls the boat No Excuses. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress. Bad Influence. Top Alcohol Hydro. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. Please bring your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up and make ready. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up and be ready. Top Alcohol Hydro, need your boats at the in-ramp. Here we go. Jeremy Schmidt, no excuses, turned it red by 1/100th of a second. And then ran a 5.15 and 1. On a 5.2 index, 173 mile an hour pass. Cody Childress, I don't know, did it throw a belt, Deuce? Did you see it? Sounded like that's what happened, like it threw a belt, but we'll see. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 077. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 077. Back to the in-ramp. Hey, if any of y'all down at the out ramp can see Bernie with the side-by-side and Cody Childress's trailer down there, turn him around. He doesn't have a radio, so send him back to the in-ramp, please. Down at the out ramp, look for the truck and trailer. Actually, it's a side-by-side and trailer for 077, and send that one back to the in-ramp, please. Hey, heads up in the spectator area and in the pits. Y'all listen up real quick. We got a white Corvette Texas tag, CNDLOU, Cindy Lou. This is your last opportunity. We need that Corvette moved, or we are going to have to call a tow truck and have it moved. It is blocking the driveway in the spectator area, and we need it gone, or at least moved to a different parking spot, or we're going to have to tow it. And this is your last opportunity before we call a tow truck. So please, please, please go move your Corvette. Donald Paul Rager, we believe, is who the car belongs to. So if you know him or you see him, let him know. Go move that Corvette, please. We really don't want to have to tow it. Got about 15 minutes, and we're going to tow that thing. Top Alcohol Hydro, ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, I need you warmed up and ready to go, please. Top Alcohol Hydro, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. I got another pair of Pro Outlaws now In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. All or Nothing, the name of the boat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 765, Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. He calls that boat Whiskey. Not entirely sure what we're waiting on, but as soon as we get a green course, and we will turn these guys loose and let them run. I got Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the left lane. There we go. Starter call for the lights. Gus Ward, Whiskey in the right lane. We're about halfway through round 2 qualifying and making really good time. So no change in the order. Cade Genesek ran a 5:66, and he'll stay in the number 4 qualifying spot. Gus Ward will stay number 5. He ran a 5:32 and 7. Y'all, if y'all haven't had some food yet, we got options. Roz's Eats is set up down at the far end of the vendor row back there. They've got cheeseburger and fajita wraps, and they got a thing called the Nutty Bird. Check this out. Smoked turkey bacon, cucumber, tomato, alfalfa sprouts, sunflower seeds, and mayo on oak nut bread. There you go. They got beef hot dogs, chili cheese hot dogs. They got iced tea. They got sodas and water. So go by and see Roz get that squared away. Or you can go to Big Show's. They've got wood-fired brick oven pizza back there. Got all kinds of different options for pizza. They got wings. Various other items on their menu. So go by and see those folks. And then there is the snow cones. The chilled pony. They're in the pink one with their shaved ice. And then Donovan Convections. They're in the white trailer. Hamburgers, foot-long corn dogs. I had me one of those a while ago. It was pretty tasty. Be careful with the stick, though. They're like 8 inches worth of stick in a foot-long hot dog, by the way. Make a good toothpick, but yeah. Tacolicious. They've got brisket tacos. Lots of other stuff over there. I don't have a picture of their menu, but we've got options. If you're hungry, go back there and get you some food. Pro Comp Flat, tension in the pits. Pro Comp Flat, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, I need you warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminator, stand by. Pro Comp Flat, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, we need you to warm up and be ready. Quick Eliminator. Why don't you guys go ahead and warm up and get ready as well. And Pro Eliminator, stand by. Pro Jet and Quick Eliminator, go ahead and warm up and make ready. Pro Comp Flat, bring your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, stand by. Here's my next pair for Pro Outlaw. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 357 is Mike Sorensen. Out of Burnett, Texas, calls the boat Plum Crazy. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 501 is Colby No Fire, driving for Jim Richards out of Decatur, Arkansas. They call that boat Indian Outlaw. All right, here we go. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, Mike Sorensen, Plum Crazy. Colby No Fire, Indian Outlaw in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right-hand lane. Pro Outlaw, 5.2 second index. Colby No Fire right now is your number 1 qualifier. Mike Sorensen, number 12. He'd like to move up. Let's see what happens. Well, Mike Sorensen not going to move very far with that run, but he did move up 1 spot into the number 11. Ran a 6:32 and 1 on a 5.2 index. Colby No Fire on the other side turned it red by 26 thousandths of a second and then ran a 5:27 and 3 and will hold on to his number 1 qualifying spot with a 171.7 mile an hour pass. All right, next pair of Pro Outlaws in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 493. That's going to be Tyler Salzman. Calls the boat Hillbilly Express. Sponsored by Shoots Construction. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Jesse, Kyra, and Shoots Construction. Currently your number 8 qualifier. Coming into round 2 in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 157 is Jimmy Kemp. Calls the boat Quick Chick. And he comes into round 2 as the number 9 qualifier. Are y'all having fun out here yet? My God. Woo! Tyler Salzman runs a 5:52 and 6 and will hold on to his number 8 qualifying spot at round 2. 166 mile an hour pass. Jimmy Kemp with an 0.21 reaction time. Runs a 2 fast, 5:18 and 8 on a 5.2 index. And he's 11, almost 12 thousandths of a second too fast. And it won't help him. He'll stay in the number 9 spot. He'll have one more chance in round 3. All right. I got another pair of Pro Outlaws now in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 60 is Forrest Warren. Out of Allworth, Georgia, they call the boat Latest Obsession. Sponsored by Pro Boat, VP Fuels, Driven Clothing, Mike Wentz Builders, Blake's Crafty Creations, and Toby's Custom Carts. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder, and I got it directly from the source. We did change the name. Calling that boat 6 to midnight now. Gavin Snyder comes in as the number 3 qualifier with a 5:26 and 2. He's got to do better than a 5:21 and 5 if he wants to bump Colby No Fire. There's a little more room before the number 2 spot. Forrest Warren comes in as number 12 at the bottom of the pack and would definitely like to move up some. All right, here we go. Starter call for the lights. Forrest Warren, latest obsession in the left lane. Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight in the right. Round 2 qualifying for Pro Outlaw. Forrest Warren took a heck of a jump right there. Rescue gonna go check on him. I can see him moving and the capsule's opening up. Woo! He probably will need a pair of shorts when he gets back. Those drivers in those capsules, man, they're locked down pretty good in there. Glad to see Forrest moving around. Gavin Snyder on the other side will stay in the number 3 qualifying spot. He ran a 189 reaction time and a 5:26 and 9. And we're going to be moving into top alcohol hydro once we get the course clear. All right, here we go. Starter call for the lights. There's 15 seconds on the countdown. Tyler Spear, Georgia Outlaw in the left lane. Marty Logan, Living the Dream in the right lane. Top Alcohol Hydro. Couple of 4-second boats out here. Capsules are down. Let's go. Marty Logan's boat shut off on him. He left red. 006 red. And then went through the first set of traps, and that was it. So not sure what's up with that, but rescue will go check on him just to make sure, and we'll get a jet ski over there to pull him out. Tyler Spear on the other side ran a 5.17.6 for 164.1 mile an hour pass. For this round,
Stay away from the sensors.
we're going to need truck and trailer for boat 881 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 881 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for Marty Logan, 881 back to the in-ramp. Pro Jets, we're waiting on you. We need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, we're waiting on you. Need those boats to the in-ramp, please. All right, quick eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Quick eliminator, go ahead and bring your boats to the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, stand by. All right, here we go. Ricky House, Bad Moon Rising in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Top Alcohol Hydro. Yes, 468 and 182 mile an hour pass for Ricky House. It'll move him up to the number 4 qualifying spot in a field of 6. All right, now we're going to move to Pro Comp Flat. Round 2 qualifying in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 412 is Steven Stackhouse. Calls the boat Flat Attack. Dialed in at a 6.7. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 500 is David Merchant. He drives a boat called Flat Wicked out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. He is currently your number 1 qualifier. And he's dialed in at a 6.56, 6.56. So small delay here while we get Ricky House pulled back around to the out ramp. And then we'll get ready to get started with Pro Comp Flat. Quick Eliminator, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator should be standing by. Starter call for the lights. Pro Comp Flat, Steven Stackhouse, flat attack in the left lane, dialed in at a 6-7. David Merchant, flat wicked in the right lane, dialed in at a 656. So Steven Stackhouse, we're going to have to bring that boat around and run it again. David Merchant on the other side with an 050 reaction time, ran a 6:78 and 8. But that left lane gave us some weird stuff. So we're going to run Steven Stackhouse for a rerun. All right, here we go. Sorry. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 434 is GW Golf Electro Freeze Express. Dialed in at a 6'3", driving out of Catoosa, Oklahoma. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 949 is Cole Henrik. Calls the boat Flatline. He's dialed in at a 6.5. Cole Henrik got out 8 thousandths of a second early and then ran a 7.100 on a 6.5 dial-in and moves up one spot into the number 5 qualifying spot. GW was off the line in 0.2 of a second, and then I'm not sure what happened. Boat shut down, coasting to mid.
Hey, my name's Tim Ortiz. I am from Athens, Texas, a little town in East Texas. Ended up moving down here in 2000 for a job with Halliburton Energy Services. Been with those guys for about, I think, 24 years right now. So I've been in Houston ever since 2000. I started racing in probably about 2001. I started on motorcycles, did the drag thing. Then I ended up meeting a couple guys that had some drag cars, started the drag car scene. In 2004, I met Steve Welch, and he was looking for a driver and asked if I wanted to give boat racing a shot. So I'm like, yeah, I'll do anything once. So ended up the first full year in TE, we won High Points runner-up with the Sdba. And then in 2006, 2007, 2008, we won back-to-back championships. After that, we met my father-in-law, which my father-in-law now wasn't at the time, Pat Kinsey, and he sponsored helping putting a pro mod boat together. Currently, we have a pro outlaw boat called Empty Pockets, which my father-in-law owns, and we campaign 2 boats currently, his boat, and I drive my boat, a flat bottom, in the Procon flat class. But we gave up the cars when we had our kid in 2014. We could only do one of them. So by far it was an easy choice to run with the Sdba. I've run multiple associations, all the other guys, and we're definitely at home and family with the Sdba here. So man, I've got a lot of memorable moments with the Sdba. If I had to pick just one, I think it would probably be me winning my first championship in my own boat that I own solely, which was in Projet in 2021. We had approached David for a couple of years to try to do this Projet class, which was an outlaw class. He was hesitant to do it because, I mean, the jet boats going fast, they have inherent problems of their own, but, technology had evolved, and we did a lot of talking with David, and he gave us a shot. So I think 2019 or 2020 was the first year for the Projet class. I didn't run it full time because we were running the other boat, but I think right now that's one of the most exciting, although there's not many boats in the class, it's one of the most exciting classes to watch because those boats are quick and fast. There's so many moving parts in this to make this happen, and I don't think people understand what it takes to put these races on and the time that David and his team spends to make these races happen at all these different venues. There's not many people that go different places. The Sdba goes to multiple different places. So I can't thank, the Sdba team enough for giving us a place to play. As far as my sponsors, my father-in-law, of course, is much more than a sponsor to me. He allows me to drive his boat, and he helps not only me, but multiple other people out. And, if not for him, I don't think I wouldn't be.
And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 252 is Tanya Tudelo, all the way over from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Wicked TNT, she's dialed in at a 713, sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Connolly Marine, and Dad. Dylan Crownover dialed in at a 6:30. Got no time on the last pass. The boat shut down. Let's see what happens. So Tanya dialed in at a 7:13, runs a 7:14 and 5, and she'll hold on to her number 2 qualifying spot. Dylan Crownover with an 0.24 reaction time, dialed in at a 6:3, ran a 6:41 and 5, 124 mile an hour pass, and moves himself up 3 spots to right in the middle of the pack and the number 4 qualifying spot. Pro Eliminators, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, we need your boats to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, stand by. Next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. They call the boat No Mo Whiskey. Thank you to Tony and Chase for all their help and support. I see Robert Reed right here. He's got himself another corn dog. How many is that now? Number 2 with a true story. Robert Reed told me he just bought a young man a corn dog, and the kid's nickname was Corn Dog.
He's from Paris.
From Paris, right here. Out here having a foot-long corn dog with us. We're glad you're here, Corn Dog. Robert, save some for the rest of us, okay? Andy, he said no promises. Andy Comstock runs a 6:12 and 9 on a 6-second dial-in. 132 mile an hour pass, and moves up 1 spot into the number 6 qualifying spot with that run. And now we're going to move to Pro Jet in the Ozark Home Center left lane. His boat number 987, that's Dawson Dickerson. Driving for Jeremy Dickerson. They call the boat Can't Quit. Currently your number 1 qualifier. And check this out. I haven't seen this guy in a hot minute. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right-hand lane is boat number 356, Robert Ledbetter. The Honey Badger in the house out of Owasso, Oklahoma. I heard he was here, but I didn't believe it because I hadn't seen him or heard him. And here he is. Got his fan section over there. Starter says, let's do this thing. Pro Jet. Now remember, they're only going to the yellow buoys right here. That's their finish line. Man, these boats are quick and fast. Some of the fastest boats we have coming off the line. If you ran them out to the full 1,000, they're somewhere in the neighborhood of a quick eliminator or pro modified, somewhere in there. But we only run them to the half track. Here they go. Robert Ledbetter doing what Robert does best. Ran a 3:44 and 5 for 149 miles an hour. However, That exceeds the speed limit for the class, which is 145. So it will not hold. Dawson Dickerson on the other side runs a 3:48 and 5 for 131.7 mile an hour. We're going to need Robert Ledbetter to come up to the tower and see Miss Tanya once he gets back to the trailer. We're going to need Robert Ledbetter to stop by the tower and visit with Miss Tanya. Pro Eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, your boats should be already at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, y'all should be warmed up and ready to go. And Modified Eliminator should be standing by. And then, just so you're aware, PWC, we're going to come back around to you guys for round 3. And now we're moving into Quick Eliminator on a 6-second index. First up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 915 is Jeremy Dickerson. Back in the Day is the name of the boat. Out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, sponsored by Pumps by Chop, Eagle Motorsports, Float Fix, Huffman Performance, Lone Star Pump and Valve, Special thanks to Chop, Chris Russell, Amanda, and his awesome crew for all their help. Six seconds is the index. Jeremy's currently the number 7 qualifier with a 6:07.5. There's 16 boats in the class. And he's too fast this time, and it won't help him. Runs a 5:95 and 9, and took another U-turn. He took that same U-turn a while ago in the other lane. All right, now we got a rerun. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 459 is Henry Bainey. Calls the boat Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. Sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Rick Heidel, Gomez Landscaping, Schaefer Racing Oil, 5S Signs, and special thanks to the Naughty Crew. Love you, Mama Alice. And a big shout out to Carol back on the race course. We're happy to see her. Had a timing issue a while ago when Henry made his run, so giving him a rerun for his round 2 qualifying run. Top Eliminator, I need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, I need your boats. Top Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, I need you warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft, stand by for round 3. Top Eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft, stand by. So I was just told we have 161 people watching on YouTube right now. Obviously, we much prefer to be sitting here with your smiley faces out here beside the water. But super excited for all those folks that are logging in on YouTube, and super glad that y'all are able to join us. All right, we got another vehicle we're going to need to get moved in the parking area. It's a white Dodge pickup, Texas plate MLW 9629. You are blocking part of the entrance to the spectator area. MLW 9629, white Dodge pickup. We're going to need that move, please. All right, here we go. Looks like we got us a green course. Henry Bainey lined up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane. Starter call for the lights. Henry puts a little fire in the belly of that beast. .205 for a reaction time and ran a 6:45 and 8 for 131 mile an hour pass. All right, here we go. Pro Jet. Got a left lane single. That's going to be in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 427X. That is Mike King out of Coweta, Oklahoma. They call the boat King's Side Piece. Sponsored by Clip McKinney, Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Turbine, DMB Docks, Kane Overhead Doors, Triple H Transmissions, Harper Land and Cattle, Maisie Landing, the other Kings, Fry Remodeling, Huffman Performance, Gaines Competition Engines, and Photo Magic. Pro Jet going to go to the yellow buoys. That's the finish line. Ran a 3:7:08 on his last pass. Runs a 3:72.4 this time, 143 mile an hour pass on a 44 red light. And it will not change. He'll stay in the number 3 qualifying spot. We still have a Pro Jet we haven't seen. Rod McGinnis is on the property, but has not brought the boat out. Hopefully we'll see him for sure in round 3 at least. Although he may be up there right now. It's hard to tell. All right, I got a pair of quick eliminators now. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 423 is Kevin Swatlowski. He calls the boat Spare Change out of Conroe, Texas. Currently your number 11 qualifier. And he started, I don't know which one. I think that's Blue Thunder actually started in gear. Tommy Powell in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane. So Tommy Powell going to do the drive of shame. Tough luck for him. Kevin Swatlowski runs a 6:25 and 6, 6:25 and 6, 127 mile an hour pass. And it won't change anything. He'll stay in that number 11 spot right in the middle. All right, Modified Eliminator, we're ready for your boats. Modified Eliminator, we are ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, need you warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Hey, we still need that white Dodge pickup moved. MLW 9629. We need that vehicle moved, please. That white Corvette's still sitting there. The tow truck hasn't showed up yet, so you still got a few minutes to move that thing if possible. Texas tag Cindy Lou. All right, next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 465 is Chad Coopit. Calls the boat Warpath out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. The boat's a DeMarco powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Outlaw Boat Races, Allen's Welding, and Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics. Currently your number 8 qualifier with a 6:1:04 on that 6-second index. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 629 is Dustin Hudgens. Calls the boat Blacktooth Grin. Thanks to my wife Tina for all that she does. Love you, mean it. Special thanks to my sponsor and crew chief Jay Hudgens and the crew at American Fiberglass Repair for the amazing work and all they do. And to my sponsor Josh Hudgens and the crew at Arliss Auto Works for the top-notch paint work. as well as Cody Childress and his crew at CCR for the amazing motor work, and Zach Hudgens for being the Toho. Dustin Hudgens, currently your number 10 qualifier with a 6:22 and 5. Hey, Robert Ledbetter, don't forget we need you to come to the tower and visit with Miss Tanya. Robert Ledbetter, we need you at the tower. All right, Chad Coopit moves up 5 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot with a 6:02.0. 6:02 and 0. Dustin Hudgens with a 197 reaction time runs a 6:29, and it doesn't help. He'll stay in that number 10 spot. Robert Ledbetter, we need you to come to the tower and see Tanya. Robert Ledbetter, need to come to the tower and see Tanya, please. My next pair in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins through the fire. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 717 is your number 2 qualifier, Sambo Smith and Sucker Punch. Ken Jenkins moves up 7 spots into the number 7 qualifying spot with that run on a 6:05 and 4 on an 0.76 reaction time, 138.2 mile an hour pass. Sambo Smith with an 0.32 reaction time runs a 6:07 and stays in the number 2 qualifying spot with that pass. Next pair in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 104, Chris Armstrong. Calls the boat alcohol dependent, sponsored by Chris's Construction, the Kinsey family, Texas Trailer Works, Advantage Body Works, and special thanks to MTR Performance and the awesome crew, Chris's awesome crew. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 392 is Jason Gothard out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Texas Red, sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, Uncle Buddy, A-Plus Battery, FPS Services, Versatile Oil Tools, Saddle Sore Shop. Special thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall, and the family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica, Bruce and Sella, Steve and Michelle, and BJ Everett. Sounded like maybe the boat didn't go into gear for Chris Armstrong. Not 100% sure, but either way, did not make the start. Jason Gothard turned it red by 98 thousandths of a second and then ran a 6:13 and 7, and he'll stay in the number 5 qualifying spot with that run. I need truck and trailer for boat number 104. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 104. Back to the in-ramp. And here's my next pair of quick eliminators. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 243 is Bill Henderson. Calls the boat joint effort, driving for Rick Conklin. Sponsored by Conklin Racing, Speed and Sport Marine, E. Anderson Racing, and Pro Boat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 385 is Ronnie Jennings. Calls the boat Hammer Time out of Macon, Missouri. Thanks to Don Merchant, GW Golf, George Golf, David Williams, Todd Williams, Bruce and Bobby Wicker, Electro Freeze of Texas. Ronnie Jennings currently in the number 13 spot. Bill Henderson, number 10. 17 boats in this class. Here we go. So Bill Henderson doesn't move. He'll stay number 10, ran a 6, 1, 1, and 3. That's how tight this class is. 145.3 mile an hour pass. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, Ronnie Jennings ran a 6, 1, 7, and 7, and moves up 2 spots to number 11. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 751 is going to be Ed Anderson. Calls the boat Red Hot. Currently the number 16 qualifier in a field of 17. Ran a too fast 592 on the last pass. Rick Martin is in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 505. They call that boat In the Red. Currently the number four qualifier. Sponsored by Winters Electric, Justin Teach Construction, Propane Depot, Napa Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Swenson Knives, Phil's Automotive, Bent Plumbing, R. Jones Enterprises, Waterboys, Newman Water Services, Buddy's Waterwell, Always Transport LLC, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Bandera Land Improvement, Bassinger Family, Shotgun Sports Bar and Grill, Texas Made Buildings, and Photo Magic. Ed Anderson, with that run, will move up 10 spots into the number 6 qualifying spot with a 6:04 and 4 on the 6-second index. Rick Martin with an 0:14 reaction time ran a too fast 596 and 6, and it won't help him. He'll stay number 4. But Ed Anderson with a huge move goes up 10 spots from number 16 to number 6 with that pass. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 363K is Tyler Spear. He's driving for Ward Stafford. They call the boat Black Mamba out of Woodstock, Georgia. Special thanks to Tyler for jumping in the driver's seat this weekend. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 383 is Anthony Veneri, the Liquid Invader out of Princeton, West Virginia. Sponsored by Engine Systems, Pro Boat, VP Racing Fuels, East River Automotive, and the Veneri Law Firm. Anthony Veneri currently number 15 qualifier, and Tyler Spear sitting at number 16. Couple of nice looking runs right there. Tyler Spear will move up 10 spots, and now he's in the number 6 spot with a 6:03 and 3, 141 mile an hour pass. Turned it red by almost 0.8 of a second, but it won't hurt him in qualifying. Anthony Veneri moves up 11 spots into number 4 with a 6:02 and 3 on that 6-second index, 140.5 mile an hour pass. So at the end of round two, it'll be Jeremy Schmidt, number 1, Sambo Smith, number 2, Chad Cupid will be number 3, Anthony Veneri, number 4, and Rick Martin will hold the number 5 spot for qualifying. We got one more round of qualifying to go. But now we're going to move into Pro Eliminator. And in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 323 is Mark Creel. Calls the boat Patriot. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 363 is Randy McDonald. Calls that one Off Duty, sponsored by Pat Kenzie Drywall, Ortiz Motorsports, Tim Ortiz, Bloomer Trailers, and All-Tex Welding Supply. Randy McDonald currently your number 1 qualifier, and Mark Creel is number 2. Mark Creel was too fast last time with a 6:47 on a 6.5 index. If he can slow it down just a hair, we might see some stuff. So nothing changes for either one of those drivers with that run. Mark Creel still too fast with an 0.71 light. Runs a 6:46 and 7 and breaks out by 32 thousandths of a second. Randy McDonald, 0.2 of a second, just over 0.2 for a reaction time, and ran a 6:82 and 2 for a 117 mile an hour pass. Next up for Pro Eliminator, we got 9 boats in the field. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 357K is Darrell Busby. Calls the boat Choctaw Casino Pro Eliminator. Sponsored by Choctaw Casino and Resort in Grant, Oklahoma. Kalika Motorsports. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 937 is David Schmidt. Just another quickie, he calls that boat. 6.5 seconds is the index. Dave Schmidt will be your number 1 qualifier with that run on a 6.5 index. He ran a 6.5002. 2/10,000ths of a second off the number on a 163 reaction time. That is going to be hard to take away. Moves up 5 spots. Darrell Busby, too fast. Runs a 6:46 and 2 for a 140 mile an hour pass and breaks out by 37 thousandths. But we have a new number 1 qualifier in Dave Schmidt. Moves up 5 spots with that run, 5:002. What's up? If anybody's got a 12-foot long throttle cable, GW Golf could sure use it. Anybody with a 12-foot long throttle cable, go see GW Golf. He's in need of some help. Here's my next pair in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 050 is Bob Winder. Mama's Diamond, the name of that boat. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, Ty Bolwig, High Plains Drifter. Bob Winder came off way late, 1.03 seconds for his reaction time, but it was a good deal. Ran a 6.81 and 1 and moves up 2 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot. Ty Bolwig on the other side had a 3.48 reaction time, but then too fast at the top end and ran a 6.14 and 2. Kylie, y'all need to think about QE. Just saying. She'll come over and hit me in a minute. Anywho, Broke out by almost 0.4 of a second on a 142-mile-an-hour pass. In the Ozark Home Center left lane now, boat number 239 is Peyton Ewell. Driving for Robert Lees. They call the boat You'll Be Sorry. Special thanks to the Shed, Elite Tow, Mike and Kelly Kaiser, and Joe and Amanda. Happy 40th birthday to Dad this weekend. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Peyton Ewell running a top eliminator on 7. Brayton Schmidt is a pro eliminator, the last of them, 6.5 seconds on that side. Bad Decisions, the name of that boat, boat number 026. Here we go. Peyton Ewell is going to move up 2 spots into the new, and is a new number 1 qualifier with a 7:03.2 for top eliminator. 0.02 of a second is the difference if you want to try and take that away. Brayton Schmidt on the other side runs a 6:53.8 and moves up 4 spots. Now he's the number 2 qualifier in pro eliminator right after James Schmidt. So, I heard him. So at the end of round 2, pro eliminator looks like this. Dave Schmidt, and then Brayton Schmidt, and then Randy McDonald, Bob Winder, and Mark Creel will round out the top 5. And then it's Darrell Busby, Ty Bolwig, Derek Snyder, and Nick Dixon. All right, Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, we need your boats to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, stand by. All right, here we go. Moving on in top eliminator now in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 322 is Jake Ballard. Calls the boat Perfect Storm. Sponsored by Rod Racing, Ballard Performance, my wife Kimberly, boys Maddox and Breckett. Currently, Jake is your number 4 qualifier. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane is your number 6 qualifier. That's Grant Snyder. Calls the boat Big Iron, boat number 022. Best pass so far this weekend was an 8:07.4. They're hoping they got that figured out. So Jake Ballard on that run will move up 1 spot into the number 3 qualifying spot with a 7:04.2, 107.5 mile an hour pass. Grant Snyder with an 0.89 reaction time runs an 8:13.4 on a 7-second index. All right, G-Dub found a throttle cable. Thank you all for the help. All right, here we go. More top eliminator action. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 719 is Joe Mack. Doing the driving for Scooby Burkett. They call the boat Ripple Effect out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Pumps by Chop, Texarkana and Broken Bow Glass Company, Outlaw Boat Racers, Trinity Racing Ministries, Ortiz Motorsports, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Ties Welding, Two Blind Guys, ACH Construction, BCM Custom Metal, and Red River Aggregate. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 1776 is Dalton Jones. Driving for Jerry Branham, they call the boat Insurrection. Both drivers too fast, and neither one's going to move. Joe Mack runs a 6:95.7 on a 7-second index and breaks out by 42 thousandths of a second. He was too fast at the start as well, 147 red. Dalton Jones with a 178 reaction time is about a hundredth of a second too fast and runs a 6:98.9 on a 7-second index. We got one more top eliminator, and that is Matt Miller, boat number 405 in the left lane. They call that boat Miller Time. Out of El Reno, Oklahoma, sponsored by sponsored by Smoke on the Water, Huffman Performance, Miller Excavation, Easy Street Holdings, and special thanks to Ali, Radley, and Hazel for supporting all the summer fun. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 492 is Mark Kohinski. That's going to be a modified eliminator now on an 8-second index. He calls the boat Wild Streak. Mark Kohinski is in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right-hand lane, sponsored by Emily and Mark Kohinski. Komensky, rather. And Mark and Paula Komensky. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator. We're ready for your boats on the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Mod, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, stand by. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator. Personal watercraft and stock eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in ramp, please. Personal watercraft and stock eliminator, we're ready for your boats. Pro Mod should be warming up and ready. Pro Outlaw should be standing by. Matt Miller in the left lane. Mark Kohinski in the right lane. Here we go. And then there was one. Matt Miller with an 0.28 reaction time. Runs a too fast, 6.99 and 1. Breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. And he'll stay in the number 4 spot right in the middle of the pack. So at the end of round 2, Peyton Ewan is your number 1 qualifier. Joe Mack is number 2. Jake Ballard number 3. Matt Miller number 4. And Dalton Jones rounds out the top 5. Not sure what happened with Mark Kohinski. All right, here we go. I got a couple of mod eliminators now. Mark Kohinski still in the right lane. He's going to try again. And in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Plum Crazy, the name of the boat. Thanks, Doty, for following me on this journey. And thanks to MTR Motorsports for the engine work. Rodney currently is the number 3 qualifier, and Mark is number 6. So we still need to try and move that white Corvette, Texas tag Cindy Lou. We got a white Dodge 4x4 pickup, Texas license MLW 9629, and a maroon Ford truck, Texas tag MPM 1982. And the tow truck is like here, so last chance, please move those vehicles. You are blocking access to the spectator parking. All right, here we go. Rodney Blackstock, Mark Kohinski, modified eliminator, boom. Rodney Blackstock runs an 8:09 and 6, and it won't help him. He'll stay in the number 3 qualifying spot. Oh, nope, I'm sorry. He'll move up 2 spots into the number 1 spot for modified eliminator. And for Mark Kohinski, That's tough luck for him, but we'll need truck and trailer for boat number 492. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 492. Back to the in-ramp, please. Have another pair now of modified eliminators. There's 11 boats in this field. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 116 is Brandon Lempar. Easy Money, the name of that boat. Sponsored by MJ Construction and Cocky Rooster Bar. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 412K is Addison Lees. Driving for Chris Lees. They call the boat Another Crazy Dream. Sponsored by Just Ducky Charters, The Shed, Elite Tow, The Haunties, JRW Construction, Sidetrack RV, Pro Boat, Joe and Amanda. And running in loving memory of Aunt Donna and Mama Schmidt. Currently, Brandon Lempar is your number 10 qualifier, and Addison Lees is at number 8. Hey, attention in the pits. Got another driver needs a little help. Texas Red needs a set of big block Chevrolet Zoomies. Texas Red needs a set of big block Chevrolet Zoomies. If anybody can help him out, go see Jason, get him squared away. Big block Chevrolet Zoomies. Texas Red needs them. Addison Lees gonna finish the run with a 2:06 reaction time. Runs a too fast, 7:99 and 4, and it won't help. She'll stay in that number 8 spot, I think. No, she'll move to number 2 with that run. Even with the breakout.
What's up? I'm Dawson Dickerson. I'm racing Pro Jet 987 Can't Quit. I was pretty much born into this. I was 2 weeks old in my first boat race. Had the smell of nitro in my brain ever since. I couldn't get away from it. I love it. Tried to take in my dad's places. He's won multiple championships. I started in TE, ran that for a year, then moved up to PE for 2 years, and then jumped up to Pro Jet. My first year I won the High Points Championship, and here we are now. We're going for a record. pretty big moment to clinch my first championship last year, to go back into my dad's footsteps, and then really meant like I had a future in the sport. Made me want to keep doing it, made me have more love for the sport. My papa owned a machine shop. He started it back in '83. Then my dad took over in '09, and I've been working there since I was 12 years old. Hopefully I keep on doing it. Sport's all my hobbies. I love doing it. I just want to thank everybody that comes with me. My dad, my grandparents. My grandparents give me way more love for it than I ever have. They give me the thrill for it when they love watching me do it. My girlfriend, Maddie, my sister, Kevin always helping, Stevie, George Olson helping with a little bit. It all comes together and we have a good time doing it.
Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Bruce and Sella Hodges, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking. Special thanks to my girlfriend Michelle, Bruce, Marcella. Thanks for sticking with me. So they're going to bring Brandon out to the out ramp, so we'll leave his truck where it is. And just with that, we got a new #1 qualifier. Jenna Schmidt going to take the lead with an 0.79 reaction time. She ran an 8.07.1 and moves up 2 spots into the #1 qualifying spot in round 2. And Steve Walls with his run runs a 8.1.01 for a 96-mile-an-hour pass and moves up 3 spots and bumps Addison Lee's down by 1. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Pat Kinsey Drywall, 3K Construction, Jimsco Glass, Ortiz Motorsports. A special thanks to my wife Caitlin, Mom, Dad, Dee Dee, and Melissa for all their help. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 517 is the champ, Jesse James Jr. They call the boat Outlaw. Out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by David and Carrie Muller, Lone Star Millworks Group, Big Steve Ray, and Eagle Motorsports. Lane McDonald with that pass moves up 4 spots into the #1 qualifying spot. He ran an 8.004 on a 2:32 reaction time. Jesse James cut an amazing light, 0.58 for a reaction time, but then too fast by almost 0.05 of a second. Runs a 7.95.3, and it won't help him. He'll stay right in the middle of the pack at number 6. And the last of our modified eliminators, I think. Still haven't seen Bruno Knop. I know they were thrashing to try and get that boat ready to go. But Jackson Schultz is going to be in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 149. They call it Just As Crazy. Driving for Sham Schultz. Sponsored by Blockworks, Berry Performance Marine, Works Auto and Towing. These little outboards are no joke. Watch this thing run. Just sets right down and goes. Here we go. Jackson Schultz will move up 2 spots into the number 7 spot at the end of round 2 with a 2 fast 7:93 and 8. So at the end of round 2, your number 1 qualifier, Lane McDonald, Jenna Schmidt will be number 2, Rodney Blackstock number 3, Steve Walls number 4, and Addison Lees will round out the top 5. Oh, got another one. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, going to be boat number 927K. That is Steve Dollins. Calls the boat, Whoa, Jesse, out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Redline Oil, Lee Capital, Braveheart, Kane Corso, Haas Props, Larry's Barbershop, Steve Dolan Racing, A1 Outboards, Masters Construction, Bank of Grand Lake, LLC Racing. Tension in the pits. Pro Mod, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Modified, I need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Steve Dolans will move up 4 spots into the number 5 and bump Addison Lees down 1 more. So he'll round out the top 5 with an 8:22 on an 8-second index. Pro Mod, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Modified, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go. And that is going to bring us around to personal watercraft, round 3 qualifying. And if you're sitting here wondering, you know, it's almost done. What are we going to do this afternoon? I don't have any plans. How about we swing by the Red Dirt Tavern, which used to be Tyler's Pizzeria, right here on the main highway, right out. As soon as you get out the entrance, just turn left, is right there. They got a special going, 2 large, 2-topping pizzas and soda for 20 bucks. And they also have free pool tables and entertainment. So lots of stuff to do. His and Hers shot specials. They got pink Starburst for $4 and Jameson Pickleback for $5. kid friendly until 9 o'clock. After that, it'll be adults only. Red Dirt Tavern, just right outside the course here. All right, here we go. Personal watercraft, round 3 qualifying. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 222K is Lila C. Calls the boat, see you later, dialed in at a 13 and 85. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. Not quite Miller time. She's dialed in at 11:35. And neither one will move. Lila C with a 006 reaction time. Dialed in at a 13:85 and ran a too fast 13:74 and 7. And it won't help. Radley Miller, a little over 0.2 of a second for a reaction time. And dialed in at 11:35, ran at 11:32 and 6. She'll stay in the number 2 qualifying spot for now. Lila C will be in number 7. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 117 is Megan Lempar. Calls the boat Megalodon. Dialed in at a 12.7. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 422 is Tegan Finnegan. Calls the boat, what? She's dialed in at a 13:12. Currently the number 1 qualifier, sponsored by Smoke in the Water, Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Outlaws on the Water, and special thanks to my parents for all they do. Megan Lempar runs a 12.96 on a 12.7 dial-in, and she'll stay in that number 9 spot. Tegan Finnegan will remain number 1 for now. 13.11 and 6 on a 13.12 dial-in. All right. Next up, in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 476 is Henry Rogers. Bring me a beer and watch this. Sponsored by Bronco Haulers, dialed in at 11:61. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 552 is Alexi McKay. Nuclear Fishing My Way, and she's dialed in at 11:05. Henry Rogers got caught sleeping 1.38 seconds to get off the line and then ran a 16:44 on an 11:61 dial-in. Might be having trouble with the ski. We'll see what happens. Alexi McKay on the other side ran a too fast 11:48 on 11:5 dial-in, and it won't help her. She'll stay in number 6. Next in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 185 is Sheila Still. Calls the ski Skidalicious. Sponsored by Still Towing, Long Branch RV Park, Ronnie's Garage. She's dialed in at a 10:63. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 577 is Bella Genesek. Calls the boat Wackadoodle. Dialed in at a 13:62. So Sheila Still runs a too fast 10:61 and 9 on a 10:63 dial-in, and it won't help. She'll stay in the number 4 spot to finish out the day. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, Bella Genesek dialed in at a 13:62 and a 13:74 and 5, and it's not enough. She'll stay number 5. And I believe this is our last pair of personal watercraft in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 32 is Tina Henley. Calls the boat Wild One. Dialed in at 10 and 93. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 12 is Bentley Childress. Calls that one Lugnut, dialed in at a 12.8. So neither one of them will move either. Bentley Childress runs a 12.94 on a 12.8 dial in, and he'll stay in the number 3 qualifying spot to finish out the round. And Tina Henley runs a too fast 10.85 on a 10.93 dial in. Yeah. So at the end of 3 rounds of qualifying, personal watercraft will look like this. Tegan Finnegan will finish out the day number 1, Radley Miller number 2. Bentley Childress number 3, Sheila Still will be number 4, and Bella Genesek will round out the top 5. All right, here we go with a pair of stock eliminators now for round 3 qualifying. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 523 is Corin McGinnis. Pretty in Pink, the name of the boat. Sponsored by her amazing husband, Rod. Dialed in at a 10-10. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane is James Norman. Go Jesse, boat number 729. Dialed in at a 9 flat, sponsored by Redline Oils, Lee Capital, Braveheart, Kane Corso, Haas Props, Taylor Customs, Steve Dolan's Racing, and Photo Magic. Corin McGinnis dialed in at a 10-10, ran a 10:38 and 7. And James Norman dialed in at a 9 flat, ran a 9:02.7. 9:02 with a 7. And will stay in the number 2 qualifying spot for now. And here's my next pair for stock eliminator in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 590K is William Wilson. They call that boat the Sparkle Turd. Dialed in at a 9.9. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 0657 is Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat After Hours. Dialed in at a 9 flat. So William Wilson will jump up 1 spot to number 11. Dialed in at a 9.9, ran a 10.17 and 7 for a 79-mile-an-hour pass. Garrick Snyder on the other side with a 008 red. Runs a too fast, 8.97 and 8 on a 9-second index. And he'll stay at the bottom of the pack in number 13. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 222 is JT Mooney. Out of Marion, Texas, calls the boat Deuces Wild. Sponsored by Jeanette Mooney, and he's dialed in at 89.35. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 061 is Frank Mummy out of San Antonio, Texas. Calls the boat Breakout Another 1,000. Sponsored by TOW Cocktails, Pat Diver, Mike Tardy, and Snyder Motorsports. He's dialed in at a 9:58. So no moves here either. JT Mooney will finish out the day as the number 5 qualifier with a 9:26.1, too fast for the 9:35 dial-in. And Frank Mummy dialed in a 9:58, ran a 9:61.1, and he'll finish out in the number 3 spot. Of course, all of that barring moves for other racers, right? Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary. Currently the number 1 qualifier, dialed in at a 9:29. And then the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 8008 is Matt Smith. Driving for Cole Henrick. They call the boat Nice Set. Sponsored by Tony Henrick Race Engines, Carl and Matt Martinez, Christy, Logan, and Kendra, and JNP Energy. Matt Smith dialed in at 9 flat. Best run so far today was a 9:301. And neither driver will move. Matt Smith too fast, dialed in a 9 flat, runs an 8:94.7, and breaks out by 52 thousandths of a second. Stephen Russell with a 9:35.3. Both drivers on the wrong side of the light. Attention in the pits. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up and make ready. Pro Jet, stand by. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Here's my next pair for stock eliminator in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 423K is Christy Morales. They call that boat the Fighting Hooligan. Boat number 423K, sponsored by Redford Electrical, Bob and Aunt Maria. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 353 is Thomas Ivan. Dialed in a 9 flat, they call that boat Horsing Around. Here we go. Finally, some movement. Christy Morales is going to move up 5 spots with that run into the number 4 qualifying spot. Dialed in at a 10.15, ran a 10.19 and 5. And Thomas Ivan actually will get bumped down 1 into the number 5 spot. He ran too fast, dialed in a 9 flat, ran an 8.92 and 2. Next pair of stock eliminators in the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 007X. That is Bailey Schmidt. Driving my favorite John boat, the Silver Bullet. Dialed in an 11 flat. She ran an 11:009 earlier. That was her best run of the day so far. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 620 is Carrie Fry. They call that boat Blue Bayou. Sponsored by S&R Marine, Beardstown, Illinois. J.A. Smith Race Engines in Jasper, Texas. Dialed in at a 9 flat. That'll work. Bailey Schmidt runs an 11:05 and 6 on an 11 flat dial in. That'll move her up 2 spots into the number 6 spot, which is pretty much right in the middle of the pack. Carrie Fry will finish out the day in number 9. Too fast on that run, ran an 8:94 and 4 on a 9-second dial in. And the last of our stock eliminators, I believe, in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 016. Is Bryce Veneri. Doing the driving for Connor Massey. They call the boat Gunslinger out of Princeton, West Virginia. Sponsored by Connor Massey. Tony Veneri, Veneri Law Offices, East River Automotive, and the Food Dude Vending. He's dialed in at a 9:06. And Bryce Veneri with that run will move up 5 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot. Ran a 9:08 and 6 on a 9:06 dial in. And I believe that's the end of our stock eliminators, so it'll look like this going into tomorrow. Stephen Russell will finish the day as your number 1 qualifier. James Norman right after that. Bryce Veneri after that. Frank Mummy will be number 4, and Christy Morolis will round out your top 5. And that is going to bring us to Pro Modified on a 5.6 second index. In the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 832. That is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat Aquaholic. Thanks to Roosters Repair, Arliss Auto Works, American Fiberglass, and special thanks to the crew. And a big thank you to Jesus for all the blessings in my life. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 459 is Henry Bainey. Don't Blink, the name of that boat out of Burton, Texas, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Rick Heidel, Gomez Landscaping, Schaefer Racing Oil, 5S Signs, and special thanks to the Naughty Crew. Five seconds on the countdown. Watch those capsules. They go down, it's go time. Here we go. And with that run, Jay Hudgens will move himself up 4 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot. Runs a 5:74 and 6 on a 5.6 index, 137.7 miles an hour. And Henry Bainey runs a 6:46 and 9. They've been flirting with that 6 seconds all weekend long. I'm not entirely sure. I know they just did a ton of work and just rebuilt the entire program. And I suspect they're just working to try and get that dial and figure this thing out. Hopefully they can get it figured out by tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But looks like he'll probably finish the day in the number 6 qualifying spot. Here's the next pair. Here's the next pair for Ozark Home Center. Left lane is going to be Robin Reed. Boat number 927. They call it Wound Too Tight. Out of Arlington, Texas. Currently the number 1 qualifier with a 569 and 9 on a 5.6 index. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 187J is Kevin Hibden. Out of Peralta, New Mexico, they call the boat Visual Noise. Best run so far today has been a 6:24 and 1. So Kevin Hibden runs a 6:06 and 5, and it won't help him. He'll stay in the number 5 spot. Robin Reed will finish out in number 1 for the moment anyway. Ran a 5:74 and 5 on a 5.6 index, 155.7 mile an hour pass with an 0.74 light. Here's your next pair for Pro Modified. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 115 is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. Calls the boat Anger Management. Sponsored by the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeffro's Custom Silkscreen, ASAP Transportation, and Turner and Darla Lauder. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 420S is Brody Martin. Calls the boat the Reaper. Sponsored by Winters Electric, Justin Teach Construction, Propane Depot, Napa, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Swenson Knives, Phil's Automotive, Bent Plumbing, R. Jones Enterprises, Water Boys, Newman Water Services, Buddy's Waterwell, Always Transport LLC, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Bandera Land Improvement, Bassinger Family, Shotgun Sports Bar and Grill, Texas Made Buildings, and Photo Magic. And as always, a huge shout out to the crew and family and friends for all their help and support. Brody Martin comes in number 3 qualifier. Greg Lempar number 4. So we got that white Dodge 4x4 pickup, license number MLW 9629. The driver is Arthur Hansel. We need that truck moved, please. Tow truck already came for the vet, so it's here. We do not want to have to tow your truck, but please come move your truck. It is blocking the entrance. So we do need that white Dodge pickup. Arthur Hansel, we need your truck moved, please. We are going to go ahead and call that wrecker back, so please go move your truck. All right, here we go. Greg Lempar, anger management in the left lane. Brody Martin, the Reaper, in the right lane. 5.6 seconds is the index. Pro modified action here in Paris, Texas. 150-mile-an-hour boats. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 2. Woo. Well, we got a new #1 qualifier right there. Greg Lempar lays down a lick, 567 and 6 on a 5.6 index, and he bumps Robin Reed down a spot with a 2900th of a second reaction time. Brody Martin with a 105 reaction time is too fast. Ran a 556 and 5, and he'll get bumped down a spot. So at the end of round 3, this is what Pro Mod will look like for tomorrow. Greg Lempar will be your #1 qualifier. Robin Reed #2. Jay Hudgens will be #3. Brody Martin #4. Kevin Hibden will be #5. And Henry Bainey will be your #6 qualifier. And we're moving into Pro Outlaw. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. Calls that boat All or Nothing. Currently your #4 qualifier. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 103 is Justin Schmidt driving for Robert Lees. They call that boat Wildfire. And he's currently in the #6 spot, sponsored by Red Fox Bar and Grill, The Shed, Elite Tow, Mike and Kelly Kaiser, Joe and Amanda, JR Construction, Dave Schmidt Truck Services, and Sales Midwest. All right, starter call for the lights. Cade Genesek, all or nothing in the left lane. Justin Schmidt, Wildfire in the right. Pro Outlaw, 5.2 seconds is the index. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500 horsepower on each side of this course. Give us 5 more seconds. We're going to let these horses run. Here we go. Justin Schmidt going to move up 5 spots, and now your number 1 qualifier in a field of 12. Now he's just got to hold on and hope that lasts. Ran a 5.2006. Going to be super hard to bump that out of there. Cade Genesek moves up 1 spot into number 3. He ran a 5.25 and 1. But there's only about 6 thousandths of a second, 6 ten-thousandths of a second worth of room if they want to bump Justin Schmidt out of that number 1 spot. Your next pair of Pro Outlaws in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 765 is Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. Calls the boat Whiskey. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 326 is Shelby Ebert. Can't touch this, the name of the boat. Attention in the pits. I need Pro Comp Flat to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, I need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, I need you warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminators, stand by. One more time, attention in the pits. Pro Comp Flat, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need you to warm up and make ready. Quick Eliminators, stand by. So pulling a boat out of the shutdown area. Cade Genesek over there pulling him out real quick. Once we get him out of the lanes, we'll be ready to go. Gus Ward, Whiskey in the left lane. Shelby Ebert, can't touch this in the right. Don't forget, we still have lots of food vendors back here. So, you know, if you're thinking maybe it's time for an afternoon snack or maybe the heat's starting to wear you down a little bit, we got snow cones back there. We got ice cold tea, sweet and unsweet. Got sodas, got water. Got pizza, got tacos, got hot dogs and foot-long corn dogs if Robert hadn't eaten them all. And don't forget tonight, if you're trying to figure out what to do with yourself this evening, got nothing going on, the Red Dirt Tavern. Sounds like that might be the place to be. Got free pool tables and entertainment. They're having a special right now, 2 large, 2 topping pizzas and soda for $20. His and Her shot specials. Got a pink Starburst for $4, a Jameson and Pickleback for $5. And they will be kid-friendly until 9 p.m. After that, it'll be adults only. Got 5 seconds on the countdown. Gus Ward, Whiskey in the left lane. Shelby Ebert can't touch this in the right. Here we go. Yeah. Both drivers turned it red. Gus Ward runs a 5.27 and 2, 5.27 with a 268.4 mile an hour pass. And it does nothing for him. He'll stay in that number 6 spot. Shelby Ebert on the other side on a 9.2 index runs a 9.28 and 1, 177.8 mile an hour pass. And that'll leave her sitting in the number 7 spot. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 493 is going to be Tyler Salzman. Calls the boat Hillbilly Express, sponsored by Schutz Construction. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Jesse, Kyra, and Schutz Construction for all the help. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 4947 is Jeremy Schmidt. No Excuses, the name of that boat. He's been too fast all day. And is currently sitting in the number 10 spot. If he can just get on the right side of that 5.2, I think he can probably change that a little bit. Yep. Called it. Tyler Salzman runs a 5.24 and 7 for 176.6 mile an hour pass and moves up 4 spots into the number 4 spot. Jeremy Schmidt with an 0.71 light runs a 5.202, 171 mile an hour pass, and it'll move him up 8 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot in round 3 when you needed it. Next pair of Pro Outlaws in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress. Calls the boat Bad Influence. I never did hear officially what happened, but it looked like maybe they threw a blower belt right at the start on the last pass. Cody's currently sitting in the number 6 qualifying spot with a 5:25 and 4. Forrest Warren is in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 60. They call it Latest Obsession out of Allworth, Georgia. Sponsored by ProBoat, VP Fuels, Driven Clothing, Mike Wentz Builders, Blake's Crafty Creations, and Toby's Custom Carts. ProJet, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. ProJet, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. ProJet, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, warm them up and get ready. Pro Eliminator, stand by. Don't forget on your way out, I'm hoping they'll still be there, but the Paris Police Officers Association is selling raffle tickets. Anyways, as I was saying, the Paris Police Officers Association is selling raffle tickets down by the entrance. So as y'all are headed out this afternoon, stop by and visit with those guys. They're selling, or raffling rather, a Bad Boy zero-turn mower and a 12-foot trailer to pull it. $20 a ticket or 6 tickets for $100. So if you've been thinking to yourself, you know, my mower's getting kind of old, maybe I need a new one, you might be able to invest $100 and get one right now. Easy peasy. Just think about how happy your wife will be with the savings. Also, while you're milling around thinking about stuff, go by and see Lisa and KK. They're right here behind us under the SDB canopy selling our official 2025 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix event t-shirts. $25 a shirt. They got them right back here behind us. You don't want to be the only kid in your neighborhood that doesn't get one, so be sure and swing by there and visit with Lisa real quick. Get yourself squared away. Not entirely sure what we're waiting on. I assumed we were pulling a boat out, but I don't see anything back there. I don't have the best view in the world, but either way. All right, there we go. Starter called for the lights. I got Cody Childress, Bad Influence, in the left lane. And Forrest Warren, Latest Obsession, in the right lane. Pro Outlaw, 5.2 seconds is the index. Cody Childress going to move up 2 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot with that run. Runs a 5:24 and 2 on a 5.2 index, 170.5 mile an hour pass. Forrest Warren, check this out, 007 for a reaction time, 007, but runs it too fast, 495 and 4 on a 5.2 index, and breaks out by almost a full quarter of a second. And it'll move him up 1 spot into the number 11 qualifying spot in round 3. Your next pair of Pro Outlaws in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 157 is Jimmy Kemp. Calls the boat Quick Chick. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 357 is Mike Sorensen out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat Plum Crazy. All right, quick eliminator. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, we're ready for your boats. Pro eliminators, start warming them up. Top eliminators, stand by. All right, here we go. Clock's running. Jimmy Kemp, Quick Chick in the left lane. Mike Sorensen, Plum Crazy in the right lane. It's go time. Jimmy Kemp doesn't move. He'll stay in the number 10 spot. Runs a 5:46 and 5 on a 5.2 index. 164.8 mile an hour pass. Mike Sorensen will move up 1 spot into the number 11 and bump Forrest Warren down. Runs a 5:49 and 3. Yeah.
Yes, right lane.
Got a single in the right lane, the Hobbs Manufactured Homes lane. Boat number 657, that's Gavin Snyder. Calls the boat 6 to midnight. And he moves up 4 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot with that run. Ran a 5.2. I don't know why I keep saying 9. 5.208. 170 mile an hour pass. All right, moving into Pro Comp Flat. So here's how Pro Outlaw will look going into tomorrow. Number 1 qualifier is Justin Schmidt. Number 2 is Jeremy Schmidt. Gavin Snyder will take the number 3 spot. Colby No Fire, number 4, and Cody Childress will round out the top 5. And now moving into Pro Comp Flat. Dial-in class going the full 1,000 foot. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 412 is Steven Stackhouse. Flat Attack, the name of that boat. He's dialed in at a 6.7. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 434 is GW Golf. Electro Freeze Express out of Catoosa, Oklahoma. Dialed in at a 6.15. Thanks to the crew, Taryn Goff, Tevin Goff, Ruli Goff. Thanks to Justin and Stephanie Chandler, Bruce and Bobby Wicker, Todd Harper, Todd Williams, and Dave Merchant for all their help. Pro Comp flat, Steven Stackhouse in the left lane. GW Golf in the right. All right, Steven Stackhouse dialed in at a 6.7, ran a 6.98 and 5, 110.4 mile an hour pass. Won't change anything. He'll stay in the number 3 spot. GW Golf with an 0.54 reaction time runs a 6.31 and 6. And he'll stay number 5. Here's your next pair for Pro Comp Flat in the Ozark Home Center. Left lane, boat number 949 is Cole Hendrick. Calls the boat Flatline. Dialed in at a 6.7, sponsored by Tony Hendrick Race Engines, Peterson Tire in San Antonio, Jim Mann's Pool Service in Helotes, Matco Properties in San Antonio, Brian Ziegler's Little Red Rocket, and in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover. Out of Granite Shoals, Texas, they call the boat Bad Company. Dialed in at a 6.3. Dylan Crownover too fast, dialed in at a 6.3, ran a 6.26 and 6 for 128 mile an hour pass with an 0.15 reaction time, and it does nothing for him. He'll sit in the number 4 spot. Cole Hendrick too fast as well, dialed in at a 6.7, ran a 6.51 and 8, and he'll finish out the day in number 7. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 500 is David Merchant. Calls the boat Flat Wicked out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, dialed in at a 6.54. And he is currently your number 1 qualifier. Your number 2 qualifier is in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 252. That is Tanya Tudelo. All the way over from Arizona. Calls the boat Wicked TNT, dialed in at a 714. Sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Connolly Marine, and thanks to Dad for all the help. So I just went over and talked to Lisa and KK, and they're out of large and 3X, I think is what she told me. So the shirts are selling out. Be sure and go get yours soon. You'll be sad when you're the only one of your friends that doesn't have one. 10 seconds left on the countdown. Tanya Tudelo in the right lane. David Merchant in the left. So no movement there either. David Merchant runs a 007 light. Dialed in at a 6:54, ran a 6:53 and 2, and came up 7 thousandths of a second too fast. And he'll finish the day in the number 1 spot, unless Andy Comstock can do something about that. Tanya Tidlow dialed in at a 7:14, ran a too fast 7:12 and 4, and she'll stay at number 2. Andy Comstock, I believe the last of the Pro Comp flats that might be able to do something. We'll see. In the right lane, in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes lane, calls the boat No Mo Whiskey, boat number 502. Thank you to Tony and Chase for all the help and support. Nope, ran too fast. Dialed in at a 6:05, ran a 6:03 and 5, and was 14 thousandths of a second too fast. Almost a half second red at the start as well. And so I believe that this is what this will look like moving into tomorrow. David Merchant be your number 1 qualifier. Tanya Tudelo will be number 2. Steven Stackhouse, number 3. Dylan Crownover, number 4. And GW Golf will be number 5. Andy Comstock, Cole Henrik, and Todd Harper will round out the 8. And now we're going to move to Pro Jet. We're going to move the finish line up to the yellow buoys. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 987 is Dawson Dickerson. Driving for Jeremy Dickerson, they call the boat Can't Quit. Currently the number 1 qualifier in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 427X is Mike King out of Coweta, Oklahoma. They call that boat King's Side Piece. Sponsored by Clint McKinney, Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Turbine, DB Docks, DNB Docks, Kane Overhead Door, Triple H Transmissions, Harper Land and Cattle, Maisie Landing, the other Kings, Fry Remodeling, Huffman Performance, Gaines Competition Engines, and Photo Magic. Mike King comes in as the number 2 qualifier with a 3.708. Dawson Dickerson, number 1 qualifier with a 3.485. Here we go. Clock's running, Pro Jet. Going to the 660 at the yellow buoys. Dawson Dickerson does a heck of a job of staying in the boat. He's waving his arm. Looks like he's okay. That boat dived in pretty hard and then went hard to the right. He's standing up. Rescue will go over there and check on him, make sure he's all right. That'll make every muscle in your body hurt by tomorrow, I promise you that. It's a lot of torque to put on yourself. Tough luck for Dawson. That's not the way they wanted the day to finish. Mike King with a 175 reaction time, runs a 385 and 126 mile an hour pass. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 987. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 987. Back to the in-ramp, please. All right, attention in the pits. I need Pro Eliminator to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats. Pro Eliminator, bring your boats to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, stand by for round 3. All right, moving into Quick Eliminator now in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 060 is Tommy Powell, driving for Ray Males in the boat they call Blue Thunder. Special thanks to the Males family, Blues Landing Zone, Dr. Feelgoods, and Henson Racing Engines. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 629 is Dustin Hudgens. Blacktooth Grin, the name of that boat. Tommy Powell turns it red by 067. and runs it too fast, 5:96 and 5 on a 6-second index. And it won't help him. He'll finish out the day number 9. Dustin Hudgens with a 6:19 and 9, and it's not enough to move him up beyond the 15 number.
I didn't want to walk around there.
So I'll tell you how tight this class is. You got to get all the way to the number 12 qualifier before you get out of the 6 O's. Super tight class. Going to be a lot of fun to watch this one tomorrow. There is 17 boats in this class. In the Ozark Home Center left lane is Sambo Smith, boat number 717. They call that boat Sucker Punch. Currently the number 2 qualifier. Sponsored by Crapshooter Motorsports, Sambo's Login, Hilo Team Sport, GNC Machine, Russell's Body Shop. And special thanks to Chris and Candy, Ryan, Red, and special thanks to my gorgeous wife, Winoka, and my family and friends. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane is boat number 423. That is Kevin Swatlowski. Out of Conroe, Texas, they call the boat Spare Change. Sambo Smith is too fast on a 6-second index, runs a 5:94 and 3 for 145.6 mile an hour pass. And he'll finish out the day in that number 2 spot. Kevin Swatlowski runs a too slow 6:55 and 8. And it won't help him either. He will stay in the number 16 spot, barring any changes. There's still a whole lot of boats to run. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 392 is Jason Gothard. Out of San Angelo, Texas, calls the boat Texas Red. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, Uncle Buddy, A-Plus Battery, FPS Services, Versatile Oil Tools, Saddle Source Shop. Special thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall, and the family. Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica, Bruce and Sella, Stephen Michelle, and BJ Everett all helping out. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 363K is Tyler Spear. Out of Woodstock, Georgia, he's driving for Ward Stafford, and they call the boat Black Mamba. Jason Gothard with a 003 reaction time. Runs a 6:05 and 3, and believe it or not, that'll leave him in the number 7 qualifying spot. Just insane how tight the top half of this class is. Tyler Spear with a 131 reaction time ran a 6:04 and 8, and he'll stay number 6. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 110. That is David Cooper driving for Ken Jenkins in the boat they call Through the Fire. Kyle Henley, Scott Hamlin, and Jeremy Thornberry all helping out. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 383 is Anthony Veneri. Calls his boat the Liquid Invader out of Princeton, West Virginia. Sponsored by Engine Systems, Pro Boat, VP Racing Fuels, East River Automotive, and the Veneri Law Firm. Anthony Veneri currently in the number 4 qualifying spot with a 6:02 and 3. And then David Cooper is in the number 10 spot with a 6:05 and 4. It's just insane how tight the whole top end of this course is, or this group. David Cooper runs a 6:030 and still stays in the number 4 spot. Even with a 6:03, Anthony Veneri. David Cooper with an 044 red runs a too fast, 599 and 7. Trying to see if they could move up, didn't get it done. 144.7 miles an hour for that run. And now the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 915 is Jeremy Dickerson. Driving back in the day out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Oh, never mind, they changed it on me. Going to be boat number 505, which is Rick Martin in the red. Sponsored by Winters Electric, Justin Teach Construction, Propane Depot, Napa, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Swenson Knives, Phil's Automotive, Bent Plumbing, R. Jones Enterprises, Water Boys, Newman Water Services, Buddy's Water Well, Always Transport LLC, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Bandera Land Management, Massinger Family, Shotgun Sports Bar and Grill, Texas Made Buildings, and Photo Magic. Rick comes in as the number 5 qualifier with a 6:02 and 9. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 432 is Jeremy Schmidt. Bad Influence, currently the number 1 qualifier with a 6:01 and 5.
Alcohol, hydro will be ready about 4:05.
Starter call for the lights. And nothing's going to change there either. Rick Martin with an 0.29 reaction time runs a too fast 599 and 7 and misses the number by 0.02 of a second, 147 mile an hour pass. Jeremy Schmidt too fast on his side as well, ran a 599 and 1. Now we got a right lane single in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes. Right lane boat number 915 is Jeremy Dickerson. Back in the day, the name of that boat out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, Pumps by Chop, Eagle Motorsports, FloatFix.com, Huffman Performance, and Lone Star Pump and Valve all helping to sponsor that crew. Special thanks to Chop, Chris Russell, Amanda Brandon, and my awesome crew. there's a little bit of movement right there. Jeremy Dickerson going to move up 5 spots into the number 7 qualifying spot with that run. Ran a 6:03 and 5. And now we're going to have a left lane single in the Ozark Home Center lane. That is Bill Henderson doing the drive-in for Rick Conklin. They call the boat Joint Effort, boat number 243, sponsored by Conklin Racing, Speed and Sport Marine, E. Anderson Racing, and Pro Boat. Everybody trying to get that number and running too fast. Bill Henderson with a 5.91 and 7, 150 mile an hour pass. Misses the number by just over 0.08 of a second. And it won't change anything for him either. He'll stay in the number 13 spot. Pro Eliminator. Need your boats at the end ramp. You guys should already be there. Top Eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator. Stand by. I'll be calling you shortly. Got a few more quick eliminators in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 751 is Ed Anderson. Calls the boat Red Hot. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane is boat number 363K. Tyler Spear. They call the boat Black Mamba out of Woodstock, Georgia. Special thanks to Tyler for jumping in the driver's seat this weekend. He's driving for Ward Stafford. Currently the number 6 qualifier with a 6:03. Ed Anderson is number 9 with a 6:04. Tyler Spear with a too slow 6:45 and 6. Will finish out today in the number 6 spot. And Ed Anderson with a 004 light runs a too fast 5.99 and 5. 0.05 of a second off the number. And it won't help him either. He'll finish today at number 9.
Hi guys, this is Marty Logan, owner driver of the Living the Dream, We the People Top Alcohol Hydro. We run with the Southern Drag Boat Association, been racing for many years. We're one of what they call the seasoned veterans of the drag boat racing, and that's when they're just being nice and say we're one of the old guys. You know, I started a long time. I started back in the 80s. Actually, I started boats all my life. Started kind of lake racing, river racing, ran on the Brazos River for years. You know, just have a good time, line them up at the end of the day, and man, we may be running 3 or 4 wide. Got a little bit too fast for what we were doing, so it got a little bit on the unsafe side. Late 90s, decided to do some sanctioned races where, we got rescue if something happens, and ran unlimited outboard for several years. Won 4 world championships with it, with the Outboard Drag Boat Association. They started running pro mods in 2007. Won 3 more world championships with it, with IHBA and SDBA, and then we won 1 world championship with SDBA in 2019 in the top alcohol hydro class, which is what we're running now. Our early days with SDBA was memorable just because, you know, it was in the beginning. SDBA has been around for years and years and years. This is our 50 years anniversary this year. An organization doesn't stay around that long without doing something right. You know, SDBA is known for as nothing but class. They're the fastest show on water. The 2019 year that we won the top alcohol hydro world championship with SDBA, we won it actually right here in Waco, Texas. Last race of the year that year, we were in 2nd or 3rd, I think we were in 3rd place going to that race. Everything had to just fall just right. Travis Tuttle, I think, was in the lead. Rick Allen was in 2nd, we were in 3rd. It had to wind up where we were the slowest qualifier that day. We were last. And we were running Rick Allen, who was the #1 qualifier that day. And we had no chance. We were struggling. It was our first year. Nobody gave us a chance. And we went out there Sunday morning, we lined them up, and we beat him. That was pretty close. You know, Rick still talks about that today. You know, just SDBA and all of their sponsors that helped to make this deal go. The Driven Oils, Pat Kinsey's, and
All right. I need truck and trailer for 465. Chad Cupid, back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 465. Chad Cupid, back to the in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. Pro Eliminator now in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 026 is Brayton Schmidt. Calls the boat Bad Decisions. Number 2 qualifier currently with a 6.5 index. He ran a 6:53 and 8. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 323 is Mark Creel. Calls the boat Patriot. He comes into round 3 as the number 5 qualifier. Mark Creel will move up 3 spots into the number 2 qualifier spot with that run. Ran a 6.506. 6.506 for a 132-mile-an-hour pass. Brayton Schmidt cuts himself a perfect light, though. 0.000 across the board for Brayton Schmidt. And then runs a 6:38 and 9. And is too fast for the index. Won't help him. He'll stay in the number 3 spot. But a perfect light, 0.000. Your next pair for Pro Mod. Or Pro Eliminator, rather, in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 895 is Ty Bolwig. Calls the boat High Plains Drifter. Currently the number 7 qualifier with a too fast 6:36. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas. Calls the boat Mama's Diamond. Top Eliminator, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, we need your boats. Top Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. All right, starter called for the lights. 20 seconds on the clock. Ty Bullwig, High Plains Drifter in the left lane. Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond in the right. Ty Bullwig is too fast, 0.3 of a second for a reaction time, but he ran a 6:01 and 7. And he'll stay in the number 7 spot. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winder. Mama's Diamond ran a 6:77 and 6. In the Ozark Home Center left lane is boat number 937. That's going to be Dave Schmidt. Calls the boat just another quickie. Currently the number 1 qualifier with a 65002. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 357K is Daryl Busby. Driving the boat they call Choctaw Casino Pro Eliminator. Sponsored by Choctaw Casino and Resort in Grant, Oklahoma. Kalika Motorsports. David Schmidt runs a 6.508 for 133 mile an hour pass, and he'll stay the number 1 qualifier. Daryl Busby on the other side runs a 6.57 and 3, and he'll move up 2 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot, which puts him right in the middle of the pack. All right, next up in the Ozark Home Center. All right, got a license pass now in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 851. That is Chris Bean. Team Fisher, the name of that boat, looking for a license in the top alcohol hydro. Starter calls for the lights. Chris Bean looking for a license into Top Alcohol Hydro. Should be a full track pass. Capsules down. Here we go. All right, so he's going to get his license.
time ticket.
And that's going to bring us into Top Eliminator now. All right, moving into Top Eliminator now on a 7-second index in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 022 is going to be Grant Snyder. Calls the boat Big Iron. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 322 is Jake Ballard. Perfect Storm, the name of that boat. Sponsored by Sdba Racing, Ballard Performance. Thanks to his wife Kimberly, his boys Maddox and Beckett. So we're still working to get Chris Bean cleared out of the shutdown area. Once we get that done, we'll be ready to run these guys. All right, modified eliminator. We're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp, please. Also in the pits, if you know already that you are broke or that you need to declare into another class other than what you registered in, please come up to the tower anytime now and start filling out your paperwork. By rule, you have 30 minutes from the last pass to go ahead and do that. But if you already know, there's no reason to delay. Go ahead and come on down and get that filled out for us real quick. That way we can get you moved into the right class when we do the ladders. If you know your boat's broke and you're not going to get it running by tomorrow, or you know you're not going to be able to run the class that you declared or registered into, go ahead and come up and fill out your paperwork now and get that taken care of. Also, we will be doing best reaction times and number one qualifiers ceremony 30 minutes after the last pass. That'll be in the pavilion. So be ready for that. Grant Snyder with an 0.86 reaction time runs a 7:58 and 7 on a 7-second index and moves up one spot into the number 5 spot. Jake Ballard runs a 7:2009 and he'll stay the number 3 qualifier. Kylie Bolwig, can you come back to the tower, please? And Ty Bolwig, we need you back at the tower, please. Here's your next pair. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 719 is Joe McIntyre doing the driving for Scooby Burkett in Ripple Effect out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Currently the number 2 qualifier. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 239 is Peyton Ewell. You'll be sorry, the name of that boat. Currently the number 1 qualifier. Here we go. So no moves there. Joe Mack turns it red by 14 hundredths of a second and then ran a 7:04 and 3. So he'll finish out in the number 2 spot. Peyton Ewell with an 0:24 light runs a 7:05 and 9. And he'll finish out in the number 1 spot unless something changes with the rest of the boats. Modified eliminator, if you're not already on your way down there, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Ty Bolwig, we need you to the in-ramp, or to the tower, please. Ty Bolwig, need you to the tower. Ty Bolwig, we need you to the tower, please. Here's my next pair for top eliminator in the Ozark Home Center left lane. Boat number 405 is Matt Miller. It's Miller time. They out of El Reno, Oklahoma, sponsored by Urban Caps. Oh, it is an Urban Caps Cheyenne. I keep doing that with a big block Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Smoke on the Water, Huffman Performance, Miller Excavation, Easy Street Holdings. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 1776 is Dalton Jones doing the driving for Jerry Branham. They call the boat Insurrection. Sponsored by FloatFix.com, Lone Star Pump and Valve, Fleming Overhead Doors, J&J Transportation, and Pumps by Chop. So Dalton Jones going to move up 5 spots into the number 1 qualifying spot with that run. Runs a 7:01.4. And he'll move up 5 spots when he needed it most. Matt Miller gets bumped down 1 because of that and will end up in number 5. Henry Rogers is looking for ignition coils for a Sea-Doo, if anybody can help him out. Henry Rogers is looking for ignition coils for a Sea-Doo. If anybody in the pits can help him out.
What's up? I'm Dawson Dickerson. I'm racing Pro Jet 987 Can't Quit. I was pretty much born into this. I was 2 weeks old in my first boat race. Had the smell of nitro in my brain ever since. Couldn't get away from it. I love it. Try to take in my dad's places. He's won multiple championships. I started in TE, ran that for a year, then moved up to PE for 2 years, and then jumped up to Pro Jet. My first year I won the High Points Championship, and here we are now. We're going for a record. Pretty big moment to clinch my first championship last year, to go back into my dad's footsteps, and then really meant like I had a future in the sport. Made me want to keep doing it, made me have more love for the sport. My papa owned a machine shop. He started it back in '83. Then my dad took over in '09, and I've been working there since I was 12 years old. Hopefully I keep on doing it. It supports all my hobbies. I love doing it. I just want to thank everybody that comes with me. My dad, my grandparents. My grandparents give me way more love for it than I ever have. They give me the thrill for it. When they love watching me do it. My girlfriend, Maddie, my sister, Kevin always helping, Stevie, George Olson helping with a little bit. It all comes together and we have a good time doing it. Cody Childress.
We're going to run some top alcohol hydro now. All right, when we get ready to go, in the Ozark Home Center left lane is going to be boat number 414. Andy Reynolds calls the boat running with scissors. Currently the number 2 qualifier for top alcohol hydro with a 4:38 and 3. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 410 is Tyler Spear out of Woodstock, Georgia. They call the boat Georgia Outlaw. It is an Ellison naturally aspirated nitro Hemi. Sponsored by Vet Vodka, Timbercraft Whiskey, Pro Boat, NGK Spark Plugs, VP Racing Fuels, JCB West Pro, RB Props, Excess Batteries, Jet Tools, Pitchford Oil, Don Wild Racecraft, and Red Horse Fittings. Tyler currently holding the number 5 qualifying spot. After we get those guys, then we still have modified eliminator to run through real quick. Drivers, don't forget we are going to do a best reaction time and number 1 qualifiers ceremony in the pavilion 30 minutes after the last pass. We've had some great reaction times today. Andy Reynolds with a 2:79 reaction time, 0279. Runs a 4:34 and 7, and it won't change. He'll stay in the number 2 spot. 204 mile an hour pass. Tyler Spear on the other side runs a 6:58 and 6, 137 mile an hour pass. And he'll finish out the day in the number 5 spot with Chris Bean as the slow boat. So top alcohol hydro will look like this going into tomorrow. Rick Allen, Total Chaos, will be your number 1 qualifier. Andy Reynolds, number 2. Marty Logan, number 3. Ricky House, number 4. Tyler Spear will be 5. And Chris Bean will be number 6. All right. Next up in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 412K is Addison Lees. Calls the boat Another Crazy Dream. Modified Eliminator, going to be looking for 8. Sponsored by Just Ducky Charters, The Shed, Elite Tow, The Haunties, Jada RW Construction, Sidetrack RV, Pro Boat, Joe and Amanda, and driving in loving memory of Aunt Donna and Mama Schmidt. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 1111 is Steve Walls. Happy Hour, the name of the boat. Your number 4 qualifier currently out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, Arlen Worrell, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Bruce and Sella Hodges, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and special thanks to his girlfriend Michelle, Bruce and Sella for sticking with me. Addison Lee's going to move up 4 spots into the number 2 spot with that run. Runs an 8:05 and 5. 92.3 mile an hour pass on a 177 reaction time. And Steve Walls was too fast. Ran a 7.990 on an 8-second index. And because Addison Lee's moved up, he'll get bumped down 1. So he's in the number 5 spot currently. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 927K is Steve Dolans. Calls the boat Whoa Jesse. Out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, sponsored by Redline Oil, Lee Capital, Braveheart, Kane Corso, Haas Props, Larry's Barbershop, Steve Dolans Racing, A1 Outboards, Master Construction, Bank of Grand Lake, and LLC Racing. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 149 is Jackson Schultz. Just as crazy. Got a pair of outboards out there. Sponsored by Blockworks, Barry's Performance Marine, Works Auto and Towing. Jackson Schultz has been too fast all day. We'll see what happens here. Both of them going to move. Jackson Schultz would get the whole shot with a 3:15 reaction time and then ran an 8:08.1 and moves up 3 spots into the number 5 qualifying spot. And Steve Dolans lays down an 8:005 for a 108-mile-an-hour pass and moves up 4 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot, right behind Lane McDonald. But we still got boats to run, so we'll see how this looks when it's over. In the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 116 is Brandon Lempar. Easy Money, the name of the boat. Sponsored by MJ Construction and Cocky Rooster Bar. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 424. Rodney Blackstock driving for Al Kirshner in the boat they call Plum Crazy. Thank you, Doty, for following me on this journey. Thanks, MTR Motorsports, for the engine work. Brandon Lempar has had some struggles today. Hopefully they got all that shaked out. We'll see what happens. Well, the struggles continue for Brandon Lempar. Runs a 10:97.7 on the 8-second index, and he'll stay at the bottom of the pack. Rodney Blackstock runs a 2 fasts, 7.96.6, and it won't help him either. He'll stay right in the middle at number 6. All right, here we go. Modified eliminator in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 517. That is Jesse James Jr., the Outlaw. Out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by David and Kerry Muller, Lone Star Millwork Group, Big Steve Ray, and Eagle Motorsports. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. High voltage, number 1 qualifier right now with an 8:004. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Pat Kinsey Drywall, 3K Construction, Jimsco Glass, and Ortiz Motorsports. Jesse James Jr., both drivers turned it red. Jesse James Jr. with an 8:07.4 will move up 3 spots into the number 5 spot. Puts him right in the middle of the pack. Lane McDonald, number 1 qualifier when he came in. He'll go out number 1 qualifier as well with an 8:04.3. And in the Ozark Home Center left lane, boat number 237 is Jenna Schmidt. Calls the boat Flat Bitchin'. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I think this might be the very last boat. And Jenna Schmidt will finish out today as the number 4 qualifier with a 002 red light, and then ran an 8:06 and 4 for a 98.6 mile an hour pass. So pretty sure this is how this will shake out for modified eliminator. Lane McDonald to finish in the number 1 qualifying spot. Steve Dolan's number 2, Addison Lee's number 3, Jenna Schmidt number 4, and Jesse James Jr. will round out the top 5.